All right, so this is another video, and this video I will be going through the MRSM paper. It's the paper 2 for Mathematics. Okay, last video I did paper 1. Okay, and now I will do paper 2 lah. So it's the same set. Okay, the MRSM for trial 2023. So let's skip the formula and start. Okay, number 1. So number 1A says fill in the blanks in the answer space with the correct financial term. So the first thing we have investment, pelaburan. Second term we have dividend. Okay, and then the third term we call it principal. Right. So now I have to fill in the blank. So let's see what's the first one. The first statement says an amount of money received at the end of the financial year and calculated based on the money invested. Sejumlah wang yang diterima pada akhir tahun kewangan dan dihitung berdasarkan wang yang dilaburkan. This is definitely dividend. Yeah, because dividend is it's like interest. Like after the amount of money received at the end, right? So yeah, it's like when you calculate matured value, okay, you will take your original principal value plus with the dividend. Then you get your new amount of money received at the end of the year. So if they want the amount of money received at the end of the year is dividend lah. Okay. And then number 2 says amount of money original saved. Jumlah asal wang yang disimpan. This is principal. Okay. This principal. For this question, you just need to understand what is the meaning of these words. Okay. So let me explain a little bit about principal. Principal, you will see this principle in this formula, I equals to PRT, and you also see it here, right? MV equals to P1 plus R over N power NT. This formula is when it's a simple interest question, you will use the atas punya formula. The bawah punya formula is when it's a compound interest. And if you look at them, they both have P, right? And this P, they are the same meaning. Okay, they both represents principal. But what is principal? Okay, principal is the how to say the money. Okay, it can be the loan, the money you pinjam from bank. Okay, it can be the pinjaman. Okay, but it can also be the savings, the original saving. Okay, the original savings. Okay, so principal dia boleh jadi pinjaman, dia boleh jadi original savings. Okay, the point here is principal must be the amount before you add in the interest or the dividend. You faham, right? So this P and this P you must ganti with the money you before you, how to say, the original money lah, the original amount before you add the interest or the dividend. Okay, that's what the P means. That is why here it says the amount of money originally saved, right? So that's the principle. But I want you to know that it doesn't necessarily has to be original saving. It can be the money you borrow from bank as well. Yeah, because when you, like, for example, you pinjam dari the bank, we call it loan, right? So when you get a loan from bank, that amount that you pinjam from bank, we call it principal as well. Okay, so the point here is that principal is the amount before you tambah the interest ataupun the dividend. Okay, then what about dividend? What is dividend? Well, dividend is the original value. Okay, because original value after some time you will get interest ataupun dividend, right? And what is dividend? Dividend is like interest, is like the amount of money the amount of money that you have to plus to your P. Okay, the concept is something like that. So let's read. Amount of money received at the end of financial year calculated based on the money invested. So yeah, that's called dividend. Okay, that's called dividend. Okay, then what about investment? Okay, to make it easy for student to understand, investment is like a buying price. Okay, buying price. Okay, so investment is like the amount that you spend in hope of getting a profit. Okay, I repeat one more time. Investment pelaburan is like the money that you spend so that you hope that to get some profit, to get some return at the end. That's money is called investment. But to make it for you to easy to understand, I'll just call it buying price. Okay, it's like the amount that you spend at first to buy something. Okay, it's like an investment. You are making an investment. You are making a like it's like a buying price lah. Okay, so hopefully you understand. So this is the answer lah. Okay. Okay, let's continue with B. So let's read the question. Mr. Zack deposit 20,000. Okay, if you got listened to my explanation just now, you know 20,000 is the principal, right? Because I already said principal means what? it doesn't necessarily means the pinjaman from bank. It can also means the original savings, right? Because original savings, after some time, your original savings will have interest. Yeah, it will okay increase by itself, because after some time there's interest also on savings. Same with pinjaman. Yeah, when you pinjam from bank, you will get interest. So what is principal? Principal can be the amount of pinjaman from bank, or it can be amount of savings originally saved, amount of money original saved. Okay, yang penting is principal is the amount before you tambah the interest lah. Okay, so if they say they deposit 20,000 at the beginning of the year, so when you see the word beginning, means this is definitely P. So the P is 20,000. Okay, because it's beginning, it means this one I haven't add the interest, so P is 20,000, the principal. And then it says of the year at the bank Macau which offers 5% interest rate per annum. So this is definitely the R. Okay, interest rate stands for R, 5%. Okay, let's finish reading first. How much is the dividend received in a year if the interest is compounded every 4 months? This word is very important, compounded. So according to the formula, the two formula I gave you just now, the first one is PRT formula, the second one is the MV formula, right? And I mentioned already, yang atas punya formula, we use it when it's a interest question, right? The second one, we use it when it's a compound interest. But how do we know whether the question is the simple interest formula or we have to use the compound interest value, compound interest formula? Macam mana kita nak tahu? Okay, if the question got mentioned the word compounded, then you know it's definitely this formula. It's definitely compound interest. So let's write down this formula down there. MV equals to, okay, MV equals to P bracket 1 plus R over N close bracket power NT. And this is actually, this formula actually given in the exam. Okay, but you need to know how to use it. You need to know what all this represents, right? So MV represents matured value. What is matured value? Matured value means, okay, let me explain principal first. So P is principal, right? So what is principal? Principal is the original amount. Okay, original amount. Okay, so the amount in the beginning. Okay, we call it principal. Then what is mature value? Matured value is the amount at the end. Okay, after you plus with the interest, or you can say the dividend, then we call it matured value. So matured value is like your original value. After some time, it accumulates with the and after it tambah with the interest and the dividend, then we call it matured value. Okay, then what is R? R is the interest rate lah. Okay, I'll just write right here. It's usually in percentage. And then N is what? N is the number of times compounded in 1 year. Number of times compounded in 1 year. Okay, and then what is N? Okay, this N and this N is the same. All right, then what is T? Okay, T is the amount of years. Okay, T is the amount of years. So after we know what all this represents, now we can read the question one more time. 20,000 is the P. Okay, 5 is the R, right? And 5 is 5 over 100, which is the same as 0.05. And then what else? How much is the dividend received? So they're asking you to find dividend if the interest is compounded every 4 months. So we can find the N, right? Because N is the number of times compounded in 1 year. So if it's compounded every 4 months, then what is your N? It will be 12, because 1 year got 12 months, right? And then divide by 4, which is 3. Okay, let me explain a bit. N represents number of times compounded in 1 year, but this question says compounded every 4 months, right? So if every 4 months I compound, it means in 1 year I compound how many times? 3 times, right? Because 4 times 3 is 12. So that's why the N is 3. You understand, right? Because N is the number of times compounded in 1 year. If you compound every 4 months, by the time you reach 12 months, you already compound 3 times. That's why the N is 3. Okay, so we have our P, we have our R, we have our N, and what about T? We need the T as well, right? So they got mentioned how much is the dividend received in a year. So definitely your T is 1. Okay, so now after having N, T, R, and P, we can actually find our matured value, right? Matured value. But the question never asks you to find matured value. They ask you to find dividend, right? Okay, don't worry. I'll later after you find your matured value, you minus with the 20,000. Then you get the Then you get the dividend, right? Okay, Tapa, let's explain the matured value first. So the formula is MV equals to, okay, just put in all this value inside. So the first thing is P, which is 20,000. So just write it. And then you follow the formula, bracket 1 plus, okay, R over N, which is 0.05 over 3, and then close bracket power NT, which is power 3, power 1. So it'll be like this. So these are both powers. So now I'll just press calculator. 3 times 1 is 3, so later I have the power 3, and then I'll press this whole thing inside my calculator. So I'm going to press now 1 plus 0.05, divide 3, and then answer power 3. And then times with 20,000. Okay, if you got pressed together with me, you will get 21016.76. Okay, so you can just write it there, 21016.76. But I already tell you this is not the answer. This is the matured value. What is matured value? Matured value means the money after the money at the end. Okay, which is the original savings, the principal plus with the plus with the, how to say, plus with the interest ataupun the dividend. Okay, so matured value is the money at the end of the savings. It means when this guy started saving, he only has 20,000 in his savings, but after 1 year, this is his new savings, right? So how much amount sudah tambah? The amount that tambah is called the dividend lah. So how do we find the dividend? I have to take the money in the end, which is 21016.76 minus with 20,000. Then I can know how much dividend he received. Okay, dividend is like interest, like how much like money sudah tambah. Okay, matured value is like the amount after tambah everything already. You faham, right? So to get the dividend received, I have to minus 20,000. I don't think you need calculator for this. It's just yeah, RM 1016.76. Okay, if you don't want to write RM up here, it's okay, it's fine, but make sure in the last baris you write lah. Okay, because they will give the marks here. So yeah, in the last baris you should write RM there. Okay, all right. So hope you understand. And I want to explain one more time. This formula is given in the exam. Okay, but you need to know what all this symbol represents so that you know what to put inside the P, R, and N lah, and the MV. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Number 2. This is a medical insurance question. Let's read. Zahira has a medical insurance policy with a deductible 600 and a 70/30 co-insurance. If the amount of medical costs borne by Zahira is 10,800, calculate the total medical costs. Okay, before I do this question, I want to explain medical insurance. So I need some space. Okay, I think I'll just use this empty space to explain to you. So let's talk about medical insurance. So medical insurance, they will either ask you to find the cost borne by company, or they will ask you the cost borne by the policy holder, right? The policy holder. Okay. And you need to know how to find both. Okay. You need to remember the steps. All right. So if they want you to calculate cost borne by company, the step number 1 here is to take the medical bill. Okay. So I'm just gonna write medical bill or medical costs. Okay, medical bill and medical cost is like lebih kurang the same thing. Minus with deductible. Okay, minus with deductible. And then after you minus with deductible, you times with the big percentage because you are finding company. So when you are finding the amount that the company has to bayar, you will always times with the big percentage because the co-insurance will have 2%, right? The big percentage is always covered by the company, and then the small percentage is usually the policyholder. So times with the big percentage, and then that's all. Yep, this is how you calculate the amount cost, the amount how to say, yang company kena bayar. But if you want to calculate the policyholder kena bayar punya, the step number 1 will be same. You will also take medical bill, okay, medical bill or the medical costs. It means like the surgery costs and all those things lah, like the hospital admission amount, all those things. You minus with deductible. Okay, you minus with deductible. After you minus with deductible, you will times with the small percentage. Yeah, because if we are finding the amount that the policyholder has to tanggung, has to bayar herself, usually the policyholder is responsible for the smaller percentage, right? But there is step number 3 here. After you times the small percentage, you have to plus with the deductible. All right. Yeah. But some students, they will ask me like, hey, sir, what if I don't want to minus deductible here? Because after I minus, I will plus it later in the end. So why not just take the medical bill times with small percentage? Cannot. You have to do it following these steps. Okay, you have to follow whatever I write here. There's no other way. There's no shortcut. You have to follow the step from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, like that. Okay, there's no other way. So let's go through one more time. If you want to find company, just take the medical bill minus deductible and then times the big percentage and then done. That's all. But for policyholder, you have to take the medical bill minus deductible. After that, you have to times the small percentage, and there is one more extra steps here. You have to plus with the deductible. Okay, so please remember all these things. And if you remember all this, you can do all the medical insurance question. So now let's come back to the question. Let's see what it says here. Zahira has a medical insurance with a deductible 600, 70/30 co-insurance. So if it's 70/30, which one is company, which one is Zahira? 70 is the bigger percentage, so that must be company. And then 30 will be the policy holder, and in this case, her name is Zahira. Okay, it means Zahira is responsible for 30%, company responsible 70%. The company always responsible the bigger percentage. Okay, if the amount of medical costs borne by Zahira is 10,800, calculate the total medical costs. So they are actually asking us to find medical costs, which means we are finding this. We are finding this, right? We are finding this, right? But which formula we have to use? Do we have to use the formula yang untuk company punya, or do we have to use the formula for policyholder? Well, if you read the question, they actually gave us the 10,800, and this 10,800 is not the medical bill, is not the total medical bill, but it's the medical bill borne by Zahira. It means I will be using this formula. Okay, so the 10,800, the 10,800 is not the total medical bill, is the cost borne by Zahira. It means after you do step 1, step 2, step 3, the answer that comes out at the end is 10,800. That's what it means, right? So it means that I don't have the medical bill. So now I will just call this X because I don't have. So according to the steps here, the first step is to take the X. Step number 1 is X because I don't have the medical bill, right? So I'm just gonna write let the medical bill, or you can what it says here, let total medical cost, right? So yeah, you can just follow total medical cost or medical bill, it's the same thing. Let total medical cost equals to X, right? So what you do is you take the medical cost X minus with deductible, and what is the deductible? 600, right? But you cannot calculate this because you don't know the value of X. But after you type minus with deductible, you will times the small percentage, right? So what you do is you put bracket and then times with a smaller percentage, which is 30%. So 30%, I'm just gonna write 0.3 because 30% means 30 divided 100, and if you press this, you will get 0.3. And after you times with 0.3, you have to plus with deductible, right? Plus with deductible. And what is the deductible? 600. Okay, and we all know this whole thing is equals to 10800 because they already gave us 10800 is the medical cost borne by Zahira. That's why this whole thing, after we do all this step 1, 2, 3, you will get 10,800. Okay, so this is how you should do it. And now you can just try to find X. You try to solve for X. So the first thing first is I have to do bracket first. So 0.3 expand times with X, I will get 0.3X. 0.3 times 600, I can press calculator. I will get, let's press. Okay, my calculator give me 180. So just write it down. And then plus with 600 equals to 10800. And then now I will press negative 180 plus 600. Okay, so let's press. Okay, I get 420. So just write plus 420 equals to 10800. And then now try to find X. I can move this over there. So it becomes 10800 minus 420. Okay, 10380. Just write it down there. And then now I can finally find my X. This one, the 0.3X is a times relation. So when you move it there, it becomes divide. So I just have to tekan answer bahagi 0.3. Okay, finally I get my final answer. It's 34600. And don't forget, X is actually, oh, excuse me. X is actually the total medical cost. So the total medical cost is equals to RM 34,600. Okay. Okay, I want to mention a few things here. This is considered a susah punya medical insurance question because usually the easy type of medical insurance question, they will ask you to find the cost borne by company. Okay, so for soalan yang senang punya, they will ask you to find cost borne by company ataupun cost borne by policy holder. And then you just follow these steps. But why this question is a bit susah is because they never ask you to find cost borne by company or cost borne by holder. They actually ask you to find the total medical cost. Okay, but they give you the cost borne by Zahira, right? It means that you don't have to find the cost borne by policyholder. They already give it to you. Okay, you have to cari balik lah, right? So this is the correct way. And make sure you remember these steps. Okay, these two, the one I circled is very important. You need to memorize the steps. Okay, for company and for policyholder. Okay, two different working. Okay, let's continue. Okay, number 3, let's read the question. Alia bought 2 pens and 4 pairs of scissors at a cost RM 20 ringgit. The price of one pair of scissors is 2 ringgit more than the price of pen. How much is the price of a pen and pair of scissors? Okay, I'll tell you straight away. This is under which topic? It's under simultaneous linear equation, simultaneous linear equation. Yeah. So what we have to do for simultaneous equation is we have to form two equation. Okay, two equation, and then we have to use the elimination method. Okay, the penghapusan cara, or you can also use the matrix method also can, because this question never say which method, right? Okay, but before we form the two equation, I will first let x and y represent something first. Okay, so what we will let the x, y represents, we will straight away look at what the question wants. Okay, so soalan nak cari apa, itulah yang saya kena jadikan x, y. So dia nak cari apa? Price of a pen and price of a pair of scissors. So those are the x and the y. So let x become the price of a pen, and then y will be price of a pair of scissors, right? So I will let x, y become this, and then now only I will write my two equation. Okay, so wrong spelling, scissors is this. Okay, so now I will form my first equation. 2 pen and 4 pairs of scissors cost 20 ringgit. It means 2x plus 4y equals 20 lah. Yeah, because one pen, the price is x ringgit. Then if you buy 2 pen, it will be 2x lah. And then one scissor is y ringgit. If you buy four y lah, and then when you plus them, you get RM20. And then next one says what? The price of a pair of scissors, which is y, because I already let y become price of a pair of scissors, is 2 ringgit more than the price of pen. So y equals to 2 plus with the price of pen, like that. Okay, so price of scissors is 2 ringgit more than the price of pen. Means if I take the price of pen x plus 2, I'll get y. Okay, okay, now I have these two equation. Now we can do what? Now we can use either the matrix method, or you can use the substitution, penggantian cara, or the elimination, right? Okay, if I am you, I will use the elimination method. But if I use the elimination method, I have to make sure I susun nicely first. It means I have to make sure I susun x, y number. Yang bawah pun kena x, y number, right? So if I want to susun like this, I have to make sure this bawah punya equation, how to say, I have to bring the x over here, right? Supaya saya punya x, y duduk depan and then number duduk belakang. So plus x, when you move here, become minus x, and then plus y equals to 2, right? But when you do penghapusan, you need to make sure the coefficient kena sama. It means that you can, if you want to hapuskan x, you try to make the number in front of x sama. If you want to hapuskan y, then you make the number in front of y sama. Then only you can hapus. Then only you can do the elimination. But now it's like tak sama, because it's like if you do like that also, you know tak sama. 2 dengan 1 tak payah hapus. Yeah. So what you have to do here is you have to take yang atas punya equation, the whole equation, bahagi 2. Yeah, divide the whole equation here, divide by 2. And the reason why I do it like this is because I want to hapuskan x. Yeah, that's why I divide by 2. Because when I take every equation divide by 2, this 2x divide by 2 will end up with x. 4y divide 2 is just plus 2y. 20 divide 2 is 10. And now you can see x dengan x boleh hapus. But will you plus or will you minus? You will plus. Alright. I always teach my own student. I always say if the number in front of the x is same, but the tanda tak sama, it means satu plus satu minus, then you will plus here. Right? But if they have the same sign ataupun sama tanda, then only you minus. Right? So penghapusan tak semestinya minus. Dia boleh tambah juga. Right? So x plus minus x means x minus x, you will get 0. 2y plus y, which is 3y. And then 10 plus 2, which is 12. Now you get your y, which is equals to 4. Okay, I know some students, maybe they don't do it like this. Okay, they never take the atas punya equation divide 2. Maybe some of the equation, maybe some students, they will do it like this. The atas punya equation dia tak kacau, yang bawah punya equation dia darab 2. Dia times 2 yang bawah punya equation to make the negative x jadi negative 2x. Can also. Can also. If you want to do it like that, you will get the same answer, right? Okay, after I get my y, now how can I find my x? Just ganti masuk. Okay, substitute this inside one of these equation. But I will substitute inside the bawah punya equation, y equals 2 plus x. And then the y I can replace with 4 because I already know it's 4. Okay, so now I can find my x. Okay, my x already positive already, so jangan kacau dia, just pindah the 2 over there. Become 4 minus 2, which is 2 lah. So this is your answer, right? But make sure you write price of a pen because x actually represents price of pen. So I have to write price of pen. Okay, we cannot just write x equals y equals because the pemeriksa tak tahu what is x, what is y. So you have to write clearly for them price of a pen. Yeah, the also very important. So price of a pen equals to Rm 2 or 4. X, right? X is 2, so Rm 2. This is the price of a pen. And then comma, and then we also have to write price of a pair of scissors. Scissor, a pair of, okay, scissors, they got put S, so I'll just follow equals to Rm4. Okay, and if you do it like that, you will get full mark. Okay, so hope you understand. And of course, if you want to use the matrix method, can also. Because if the question never mention which method they want, means you can use either one. Okay, but actually in most questions I do, they got mentioned which method they want. But this paper they never mention, right? So yeah, you can use the matrix method also. Okay, okay, but this is how I would do it lah. Hope you understand. Okay, let's continue with number 4. Let's read the question. A supermarket offers a membership card for 10 ringgit and a voucher worth 5 ringgit will be given free to every new member. Okay, so if you want to how to say apply for the membership, you have to pay 10 ringgit. You have to pay 10 ringgit, but if you apply for the membership card, you will get this 5 ringgit voucher for free because you are a new member. Okay, that's why you get this 5 ringgit voucher for free lah. So this is next one says supermarket sells chocolate flavored milk at a price of 4 ringgit 50 cent per box. So this is the chocolate milk punya price. Laila registered as a new member. Okay, so she registered, so definitely she have to pay 10 ringgit lah. But she will get awarded 5 ringgit voucher as a new member and bought several boxes. So several means we don't know how many boxes of milk using the vouchers provided. Okay, she sets the maximum expenditure to be 30 ringgit. Okay, this is the maximum expenditure. What is the maximum number of milk that Laila gets? Okay, how to do this question? Okay, let's calculate the amount spent first. Right? Let's calculate the amount spent first. So what would be the amount spent? First of all, she will pay 4 ringgit 50 cent. Okay, because she buy chocolate flavored milk, but she didn't just buy one, she bought several. And several, we don't know how many, so we can just call it X, right? So if the price of one box is 4 ringgit 50 cent, then it means that she actually buy, she have to pay 4 ringgit 50 cent, have to times with X lah. Because if she buys several boxes, means I have to take the number of box, which is X, times with the 4 ringgit 50 cent. But I still have to plus with 10 ringgit, right? Why can plus with 10 ringgit is because uh, she will apply for the membership card. And when you apply for membership, you have to pay extra 10 ringgit to apply for the membership. Okay. But in return, the supermarket will give you a 5 ringgit voucher, right? For new member. So you should minus 5 here, right? Because you will get like free voucher for for applying. Okay, for 5 ringgit voucher for applying, right? And then what about the 30? Well, the 30 is the maximum expenditure. Maximum expenditure. It means the 4.5 times x plus 10 minus 5, which is just 5. Okay, this is the total amount spent, right? This total amount spent cannot be more than 30 lah, because the maximum is 30 ringgit, right? It means the amounts spent at the end cannot more than 30 because the maximum is 30. That's why the symbol we use here is smaller or equal. Okay, smaller or sama dengan 30. The maximum, right? This is the symbol for maximum. It means dia tak boleh lebih 30. Dia hanya boleh 30 ataupun less than 30. The maximum 30. So that's why the total amount spent here, the whole thing here, has to be smaller or equals 30. And then it says, what is the maximum number of milk that Lila gets? It means I will try to find X lah, because X actually represents the number of milk. So I think here I'll write let X equals to the number of milk. Okay, number of milk. Okay, that's why I take the X times with the 4 ringgit 50 cent, because 4 ringgit 50 cent is the price of one milk, right? But she bought several, so 4.5 times X. Okay, now we just solve this. 4.5X smaller or equal plus 5 move there become minus 30 minus 5, which is just 25. Now I will just press 25 divide 4.5. So I will press my calculator and see what I get. Okay, let me press. Okay, my calculator give me 50 over 9, but let's change to decimal because this is number of milk, right? So it's 5.5555, so I can write 5.556. So this is, if I write in 4 significant figure, it will look like this. And then here will be smaller, smaller. And remember, if you divide by a negative value, you have to terbalikkan this symbol. The smaller have to become bigger if you divide by negative number. But this one no need, because you divide 4.5. And 4.5 is a positive number, so no need to how to say, terbalikkan the smaller jadi bigger. Okay, now is this the answer? No, because the soalan asks you to find maximum number of milk that Laila gets. So what is the maximum number of milk that Laila gets? Is it 5 or 6? The answer is 5. Okay, a lot of students, they will look at this and they will round off. They will say like, oh sir, because this one is 5, so I have to plus 1 here, become 6. Okay, no, you tak boleh tengok macam ni. You have to tengok the symbol actually. Yeah, you have to tengok the symbols, the smaller, bigger punya symbol. If it's smaller, it means you have to choose the whole number that is smaller than this, which is 5. Okay, you cannot, means you cannot write 6 lah. The answer is 5. Okay, okay, why cannot write 6? Because if your X is 6, your total expenditure will be more than 30 ringgit already. You faham maksud saya? Because we already know the maximum expenditure is 30 ringgit, right? And after you do this, you get X smaller sama dengan 5.566. It means if you take 6 as your answer, it means salah already, because uh, it means, because if you do X is 6, your maximum expenditure is more than 30 ringgit. Okay? But if you do X equals 5, boleh. Because the X 5 is smaller sama dengan 5.56, right? So what is the maximum number of milk that she can get? 5. Okay? The maximum she can get 5. Alright? If she want the maximum expenditure, if she want her expenditure to be less than or equal 30, then she has to buy 5. Because if she buys 6, then her expenditure already exceed the maximum amount, then yeah, then that's not good already. So yeah, that's why the answer is 5. Okay, so I'm just gonna write here, what is the maximum number of milk? So I'll just write maximum number of milk is 5. Okay, so that's the answer. Okay, let's go to number 5. So this looks like a 3D shape. So this is also a lower form chapter. And in the lower form chapter, there's a chapter called 3D geometrical shape. And this chapter, you have to learn how to find total surface area and volume. Okay. Okay. Anyways, let's read the question first. Diagram 1 shows a gold bar in the shape of right prism. So this is a prism, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H on a horizontal surface. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So they are all horizontal. Okay, now let's read down here. Soalan A, it is given that the length of BC is 14. So let's go to BC and label. Oh, they already labeled for us. And then HG 8. Where's HG? Okay, they also labeled for me. And we should know that this should be 8 as well. Yeah. And then AB is 12. So where is it? AB is 12. So DC must be 12 also. Yeah. Yeah, they should be same panjang. The volume of gold bar is 1029. So the volume of this whole prism is 1029. Calculate the value of H, which is the height of this trapezium, right? And it's 90 degree, right? So yeah. Okay, first of all, we have to think about how to find volume of prism. So do you know how to find volume of prism? So volume of prism formula is you take the base area times with the height, okay? Or you can also call it the cross section area. The cross section area times with the height. Okay, so let me explain. If you look at this prism, what will be the base area or the cross section area? Which one is the cross section? It's the trapezium, right? Because if you look at this trapezium and this trapezium looks the same. So we call this the cross section. Okay, yeah, this is the cross section. So what you have to do is we have to find the cross section area, which is the trapezium area lah, and then multiply with 14. Okay, that height is 14. Okay, but first of all, we need to calculate area of trapezium first. So how to calculate area of trapezium? Okay, for trapezium that looks like this, you will take 1/2 times with A plus B times with C, where A and B is the two parallel lines, and you have to add them together, and then C is the distance between them. And the distance has to be the perpendicular distance between them, which is the 90-degree distance. But what if your trapezium is lying down like this? Then your A and B will be here, and your C will not be here. It will be the perpendicular distance between the A and B, okay, which is the 90-degree punya distance. Okay, so now you know this formula already. We can use, we can find the area of trapezium, okay, which is the cross section area. So 1/2 multiply with the sum of parallel sides, so 8 and 12 kena tambah lah, so it'll be 8 plus 12, and then times with the perpendicular distance between them. Perpendicular distance means the distance between them, but not the sengit punya distance, the straight punya, the 90-degree one. Okay, but we don't know that, right? We are trying to find that, so I will just write h here. Okay, but this is not the volume, this is just the area only, just the base area, or you can also say the cross section area. You still have to times with the h, which is 14. Okay, and this is how you get volume, and the whole thing can equal to 1029, because they already mentioned at first the volume is equals to 1029, right? And the volume of prism formula is this one. That's why I take the base area, which is from here to here, times with the height, equals to 1029. And now you can use your calculator to calculate this. 8 plus 12 is 20. 20 divided 2 is 10. 10 times 14 is 140h, equals to 1029. You can use your calculator to help you. Now you press 1029, divide 140. Okay, my calculator give me 7.35. So you just write it down, 7.35. But what is the unit? What is the unit? Everything is in centimeters. So this should be in centimeters also. Okay, sudah siap. Now we do B. So B, I'll try to do it here lah. Okay, let's read the question. The gold bar is melted. So if the whole thing melted, then we have to use volume lah. Because when you melt it, it will become liquid, right? The gold bar will become liquid, and liquid can only measure it using volume, right? So the gold bar is melted to form several cubes with the same size, with length 7 cm. So after I melt this gold bar, I will form a cube using the liquid, right? And the cube side is 7 cm, 7 cm, 7 cm. And they are asking how many number of cubes can be formed. Well, it's very easy. You first find the volume of prism, and then you divide by volume of cube, and then you can know how many cube you can form. And the volume prism you already know is 1029 cm power 3, so you just put it in like this. Okay, and then the volume of cube in centimeter cube is 7 times 7 times 7, because when you find volume of cube is you take the length times base, length times width times height. Okay, so 7 times 7 times 7, which is 7 power 3, and then now you just press calculator lah. So 1029 divide 7 power 3. Okay, my calculator give me 3. Okay, my calculator give me 3. So what is the answer? Calculate number of cubes that can form 3 cubes. So this is the answer. Okay, you understand, right? Why I have to divide is because if I want to know how many cubes can the liquid form, I have to take the volume of prism. Okay, because after I melt this, it will become liquid, right? And then I divide with satu cube punya volume lah. Then I can know how many cube I can form. Okay, so the answer is 3 lah. Okay, so yeah, that's all. Okay, let's keep going. Number 6, diagram 2 shows the speed time graph. Okay, you need to know that if the moment you see this in your exam, speed time graph, you have to automatically know that if you want to find acceleration, you can use gradient. Okay, because speed time graph, you can use gradient to find acceleration, and you can use area under graph to find distance. Okay, for speed time graph only, for distance time graph is line. So sekali lagi, speed time graph boleh buat macam mana? You can use the gradient to find acceleration, and you can use the area under graph to find distance. Okay, so they say speed time graph of movement of two particles m and n for a period of 24 second and t second. Okay, so one is for 24 second, one is for t second. Okay, no problem. Graph ABC represents the movement of particle m. I think I should label this, right? ABC represents particle m. So I'm just gonna label it somewhere here, so that I know that this line is for particle m. And then graph DE represents movement of particle n. So I will also label at DE here. I'll write somewhere here and write n. So now I know which one is m, which one is n. So can you tell me the m punya movement? So m macam mana? When the time is 0 second, the speed is 16. And it stays 16 sampai for 12 seconds, right? For 12 seconds. It means what happened here actually? It means what happened here? Constant speed. Okay, constant speed, or you can call it uniform speed. It means that the particle is moving with the same speed for 12 seconds. Okay, it's moving, it never stops, it just keeps moving but with the same speed. Okay, dia tak ada accelerate, dia tak ada decelerate, it just keeps moving with the same speed. And then what about this? This one you can see that the speed is slowly decreasing over time. So it means what happens here? Decelerate. Okay, decelerate, or in bahasa Melayu nyah pecotan. Right? It means it's start to slowing down until the speed becomes 0. And this is where the particle stops, because this is when the speed is 0. Okay, that's when you decelerate until you stop lah. And then what about the particle n punya? The particle n punya garisan is just going up like that. It means the particle n only accelerate. Yeah, for the whole journey for particle, the whole journey for particle n is just accelerate saja. It means when the time is 0, it's just the speed is just slowly increasing for until 12 seconds, until 24 seconds, until t second. It's just keep on increasing. So for particle n, it just accelerate saja for t seconds. Okay. Okay, now we can try to do A number 1 lah. Okay, let's see what they want. Okay, let's read the question. State the uniform speed in meters per second for particle m. So if you're talking about particle m, I have to look at which line. Let's highlight it. Particle m is this one, the ABC line, right? But they are asking you to find the uniform speed of the particle. So the uniform speed for the particle is 16 ms minus 1 lah, right? Okay, some student will make the careless mistake. Maybe some student will write 12. Salah. If you write 12, you are stating the time. You are writing the time that the particle move in constant speed. But the question is not asking for time. The question is asking for speed. Make sure you read the question carefully. If they want speed, you have to butcher to the y-axis, because the y-axis is speed. But if they want time, then only you will butcher to the x-axis, because the x-axis is time. So they are not asking for time now. They are just asking what is the uniform speed. So the uniform speed is 16 meter per second. Okay, so let's go number 2. Calculate the rate of change of speed. Okay, what is rate of change of speed? Rate of change of speed is actually acceleration. Okay, dia adalah nama lain. Rate of change of speed, the short form is ROCOS. ROCOS. Okay, and what is ROCOS? ROCOS and acceleration is the same thing. Okay, so when they say calculate ROCOS, means calculate acceleration, calculate the pecotan. So how to calculate pecotan? We use gradient, right? But there's so many lines here. Which gradient I should find? Let's see. Acceleration of particle m for the last 12 seconds. So I have to go to particle m, which is the red color line, and go to the last 12 seconds. So for the red color line, the last second is 24. What is 24 minus 12? Is exactly 12, right? So definitely they are asking you to find the acceleration here, right? But I already tell you here, we don't call it acceleration, we call it deceleration, right? So definitely after you find the gradient, you will get negative answer. Yeah, because is decelerate. So that's why if you're calculating accelerate, you'll get negative answer. Okay, so let's find the gradient. Remember this, please. When you are doing speed time graph, you can use gradient to find acceleration. So we are finding the gradient of this line, this red color line. So we need 2 coordinates to find gradient, because the formula is y minus y divided x minus x. So this coordinate will be 12, 16. Oh, by the way, whenever we read like this, make sure we look at the unit also. Okay, so the unit now for x-axis is time in second, speed in ms minus 1, and they want in meter ms minus 2, right? So yeah, everything is good now, because sometimes you have to convert the unit first, right? So yeah, I have to be careful with the unit also. But this one you can straight away butcher already. Okay, 12, 16, and because the s minus 1 and the s here already match, so when you find the gradient, when you take the difference in y bahagi difference in x, you will automatically get the unit they want. So we don't have to convert anything. So the first point is 12, 16, the other point is 24, 0. And to find gradient is to take y minus y dulu. So it will be 16 minus 0, divide 12 minus 24. Okay, so yeah, you will definitely get negative answer here. 16 over negative 12, and then you just press calculator lah. Okay, what do you get? Negative 4 over 3. Negative 4 over 3. So you will write negative 4 over 3. Okay, but if you write in decimal also can. It will be 1.33, right? Okay, but it's like if you write in decimal, the decimal, like it just keeps on repeating forever, right? So I think for me, I would prefer to write it in fraction. Okay. Okay, don't forget what they asked you to find is the rate of change of speed. So after we find gradient, we will write what? The rate of change of speed is, what is the rate of change of speed? Negative 4/3. And what's the unit? The unit for acceleration will be ms minus 2. Okay, meter per second square. Okay, so that's the answer. Okay, I want to ask you, if I in my last baris, I write rate of change of speed. I want to ask you, can I write acceleration? Can also, right? Because acceleration and rate of change of speed, I already tell you is the same thing. It's as the same meaning. So if you write acceleration, boleh juga. Then I want to ask you one more thing. Can I write deceleration? Actually can also. But if you write deceleration, don't put the negative. Because if you mention deceleration, it already indicates that it's slowing down, it's negative. So if you put decelerate and you put negative, then later negative become positive already. Okay? So that one have to be careful. But this one, I use the word rate of change of speed. And rate of change of speed is it means acceleration. That's why you have to put a negative in. Okay, because the rate is decreasing. The speed is decreasing over time. So definitely the rate will be negative. Okay. All right. Hope my explanation help you understand how to write the answer. Now we continue with B question. Okay, B says what? Okay, let's read here. It is given that the distance traveled by particle n is equal to the distance traveled by particle m. Calculate value of t. So I think it's very easy to understand. They are saying that the distance traveled by these two particles is the same, right? And now I want to calculate value of t, is it? Yeah, calculate value of t. Okay, I'll just do the working here. Okay, so B, so they are saying that the distance same. So I will just write distance. Okay, actually no. I will just write, uh, okay lah, I will just write distance lah. Distance of m, distance of m equals to distance of n, right? But did they mention for how many seconds? They just say distance traveled by particle n equal distance traveled. So I think it's for the whole journey lah. So I have to find the distance of particle m, which is the red color line for the whole journey. But how do we find distance in a speed time graph? This is a speed time graph. So how do we find distance? We have to use area, okay? And we have to use area under graph, okay? So what we have to do is, for particle m punya distance, I have to find area under graph. Under graph means bawah garisan, means I have to find the area of this shape, okay? So what you can do is, you can find this area of trapezium, okay? And when you get the area of trapezium, that will be the distance of m, okay? But maybe some student, they want to do it slowly. Maybe they want to cut this in half, and then they find the area of rectangle plus with the area of triangle. Okay, can also, up to you. Okay, but it's a bit slow if you do like this, but can also. Okay, let's do it like this. So let's find the area of rectangle plus with triangle, right? Okay, so the rectangle area will be base times height, which is 12 times 16. Okay, so done already. This is the area of rectangle plus with triangle area. Triangle area is 1/2 times base times height. The base of the triangle is 12. All right. Why the base here is 12 is because you take 24 minus 12. Okay. Just take the panjang punya minus the pendek punya. Then you get the distance here. And then how to get distance here? Well, the distance here will be same with here, which is 16. Okay. So yeah, this is how you calculate the distance of m. Okay, by using area. Now we press 12 times 16. Let's see what I get. Okay, I'm pressing calculator 192. Okay, that's what the calculator gives me. And then 1/2 times 12 times 16. Let's press. Okay, my calculator give me 96. And then the last step is to plus them together, right? So let's plus. Okay, I get 288. And what is 288? 288 is the area under graph here. And it's also the distance traveled by particle m. Understand, right? And then we haven't finished yet. We still have to take this whole thing equals to the distance of n. Okay. And how to find distance of n? Well, we will use area also. But this time, distance of n is this line, right? And we will use area to find, right? But it's area under graph. So if it's area under graph, can you tell me which area I'm finding? Under graph. Under means bawah garisan. So bawah garisan, I think it's talking about this one, right? So for the distance of n, I only need to find satu triangle yang besar, the blue color triangle, right? So the blue color triangle, I need to find now. and right here. And what is the area of blue triangle? It will be 1/2 times base times height. The base will be t. Okay, the base will be t. Hey, take note, because sometimes the question, they will ask for a specific, how to say, for a specific time. You don't, it means they don't want for the whole journey. They only want like maybe for the first 12 second or first 24. So you have to read carefully. But like this question, they never mention the distance traveled for how many seconds. It means they want the whole journey lah. Whole journey, then you take the whole thing lah. Okay, so the whole journey means total time is t, and then the height of the blue color triangle is 18. So I'm just gonna put in 18. All right, and you can only do it like this when the unit already match. Okay, when it's like meter per second and then second, because when you times them together, then only you get in meter. Okay, if the unit didn't match, you have to convert the unit lah. Okay, all right. 1/2 times 18 means 18 divided 2, you end up with 90. Here also 90. So now you can find your t easily. Just take the 288 divide 9. Okay, my calculator give me 32. And since t is the time in second, I will write 32 second. Okay, so this is my final answer. Okay, now we continue with question number 7. Suraya works part-time as a tutor and a stall assistant. So she has two jobs, okay, like a tutor and a stall assistant, okay, and she's working part-time. The payment rate received as a tutor is 20 ringgit per hour. Wow, 20 ringgit per hour. My class is 15 ringgit for 2 hours, but she earned 20 ringgit per hour. Wow. Okay, okay. Anyways, let's continue. Stall assistant is 12 ringgit per hour. Okay, okay. Okay, even the stall assistant, she earn more as a stall assistant compared to me. Okay, okay, let's continue. She allocates 36 hours a week as a part-timer. Okay, so this is the time. Time allocates 36 hours a week as a part-timer, and the total payment received is 560. She works X hours as a tutor and Y hours as a stall assistant in a week. By using matrix method, find the value of X and Y. All right, this type of questions, some students is really, how to say, really tak suka soalan macam ni, because the information yang dia bagi is like sekejap bagi ini, sekejap bagi itu, and then student get overwhelmed, they cannot do this type of question. But I always said the same thing. For this question is under which topic? It's under simultaneous linear equation, right? And when we do this type of question, we always need to know what the x and the y represents, right? If the soalan never tell us what the xy represents, we have to sendiri tengok apa dia nak cari at the end. Kita kena tengok apa yang dia nak cari for the final answer. Okay, apa yang dia nak kita cari for the final answer, itulah xy. Okay, but for this question they actually tell you already what is xy, so we don't have to let already. So the x is the number of hours working as a tutor in a week, right? So try to be as specific as you can. Try to be very specific. Don't just write x equals tutor, y equals stall assistant. No, no, no. Don't write like that. I want you to be very specific. Okay, you write very carefully. Is it the time or the price or the like whatever? Try to be very specific. So x is the hours. So I will just write hours, and I will write as a tutor in a week. Hours. Okay, okay. Working hours. I should write working hours actually. So I will just write working hours. X is the working hours as a tutor in a week. Yeah, try to be very specific. Okay, so that later when I form the equation, I can form it easily. And then y will be what? Y is also represents working hours, but it's the working hours as a SA, which is stall assistant. Stall assistant, and it's also in a week. Yeah, also in a week. Okay. So now I will baca balik sekali lagi the soalan, and now it will be very easy for me. Okay. So let's baca again from here. The payment rate received as a tutor is 20 ringgit per hour, but she worked for X hours in a week for tutor, right? So the total amount will be 20x plus with 12 ringgit per hour for stall assistant. But if she work Y hours, then she will get paid 12y. And I think they got mentioned about total payment just now equals to 560. Yeah. So 20x plus 12 equals 560. Then what about the 36? Okay, she allocates 36 hours a week as a part-timer. Did you see that they said the 36? They never said this one is the working hours for tutor or stall assistant. They never said. They just said is the hours allocate for part-timer. It means if they never mention means the total. It means you have to plus, you have to total. So you have to take x plus y equals to 36. Yeah, this is the correct way. Okay, it means that the 36 is the total amount of hours lah, working as a part-timer. They never said tutor or stall assistant, right? It means both total. You total them. Okay. And then now I think that's all. Now we can just focus on finding x and y, but they got mentioned here by using matrix method. So I don't think you can use the penghapusan cara, the elimination method, just like in question. Okay, let me find it for you. Do you remember just now got one question, the penghapusan one? Number 3. Because number 3, they never mention which method, right? That's why I use the penghapusan cara. Okay? But actually, you can use matrix method also because they never said which cara. But this question, they actually got mentioned, so I cannot do it like my number 3 just now. Because number 3, I use penghapusan cara. Now I have to use matrix method because the soalan mentioned using matrix method. So how do you use matrix method? The first step is to make sure these two equation is arranged nicely. It means dia kena susun cantik dulu. What does it mean by susun cantik? X, Y, number dekat belakang. Look at the second equation. It's also X, Y, number dekat belakang. So can you see it's already susun nicely? So after you make sure it's susun nicely, now you can proceed with the matrix method. If it's not susun nicely, if it's not arranged properly, you have to arrange them first. It means you have to pindah-pindah, susun supaya dia jadi X, Y equals number dulu. Then only you open bracket. And in the first bracket, you will write down the coefficient for x, y. Okay, so here will be 20, here will be 12. Just write the coefficient. Coefficient means the number in front. Okay, there's nothing in front of x here means 1. And then that nothing here means 1. And remember, sometimes if you got negative, you have to write the negative in also. Okay, student always forget the negative one. So be careful. But this one tak ada negative lah. And then times with another bracket. And this other bracket, you will write the xy. But siapa atas, siapa bawah. Okay, the one in front, I will write atas. And then the one here, I will write bawah, y, like that. And then for the 5, 6, 0, 36, I will just write here. Okay, so let's go through one more time. Matrix method, how many bracket? 3 bracket. The first bracket, you will write down all the numbers. This one, you will write the two unknowns, like x, y. Okay, and then here will be the answer at the back, right? So now we can try to find xy lah. Okay, how can I find xy? How can I find this? We have to use matrix method, so we have to pindah this matrix to the other side. So now these two matrix, they are times relation. So when you move times, they akan jadi divide, right? But in matrix, we don't call it divide. We call it something else. We call it inverse matrix. So when you move it over there, the 20, 12, 1, 1 will stay the same. Okay, after you even after you move it there, dalam punya number stay the same, 20, 12, 1, 1. Okay, the only thing I have to write here is the negative 1. Okay, which is stands for inverse, right? So when you move the whole thing here, move the whole matrix over there, all the number inside don't change. It will stay the same. It's just that the whole thing have to do inverse now. That's why I put negative 1. And don't forget, I still have to times with the 5, 6, 0, 36. And now you can continue with the inverse, right? Okay, do you remember how to do inverse matrix? It'll be 1 over, and then bracket, bracket. You have to take 1 over what? You have to take 20 times 1 first, and then minus with 1 times 12. Okay, it means you darab silang. But when you darab silang, you have to make sure you take 20 times 1 minus 1 times 12. Dia tak boleh 1 times 12 dulu. You buat 1 times 12 memang salah. So remember, always start dari atas and then go down, go silang. So 20 times 1 and then minus. And the minus memang dia punya formula. Okay, the minus come from the formula. I repeat one time, the minus come from the formula. And then after you darab silang like that, you will write some numbers here. And how will you write the numbers? Okay, if you take 20 times 1 first, it means this pair, you have to terbalik. It means tukar tempat lah. So the 21 becomes 120, right? And then what about the 12 one? This pair, you don't have to tukar tempat, you just have to tukar tanda. Tukar tanda means positive jadi negative, negative jadi positive. So 12 becomes negative 12, 1 becomes negative 1. And then bracket 5, 6, 0, 36, right? I hope none of you go and ask me like, hey sir, why is it like that? Okay, it's because of the formula. This is the formula to find inverse, all right? So you all need to know how to find inverse lah, and this is the method. Okay, I repeat one more time. 1 over darab silang minus darab silang, and then take the first pair yang you darab, terbalikkan dia punya position, tukar tempat, and then the 12 and 1, this pair, you tukar tanda. Tukar tanda means positive jadi negative, negative jadi positive, right? And then don't forget, belakang kena darab lagi dengan 5, 6, 0, 36. Now we proceed, and now we can calculate this whole thing, right? So let's just press calculator. 20 times 1 minus 1 times 12, you will get 8. Oh, by the way, there is one name for this number at the bottom. Do you know what do we call this? There's a name for this. Okay. For my own student, I'm sure they can answer me because I always repeat this. I always tell them this number is called the determinant. Okay. And the determinant formula is AD minus BC, where if matrix A is ABCD, your determinant is found by taking A times D minus B times C. Yeah. Okay. So what is the determinant for this? 20 times 1 minus 1 times 12, which is 8. So 8 is called the determinant. And remember, the determinant cannot equal 0. Because if the determinant equals 0, then you cannot find the inverse already. Because you cannot divide by 0. Okay. If you try to press calculator now, 1 divide 0 is math error. Okay, you can try. You can try now. And just press 1 divide 0. So remember, your determinant cannot equal 0. If your determinant equals 0, you just write no answer there. Okay, it means your inverse does not exist. Okay, if your determinant equals 0. So I'm just gonna erase all this. These are all just some additional notes for you. So now definitely you can find the inverse lah, because yang bawah bukan 0, right? So now what you do is you will combine these two matrix into one. Okay, but when you combine these two into one, you need to know how to darab these two matrix, right? So how can we darab this matrix and this matrix so that they merge jadi satu bracket? So first is we have to write down the order. Okay, so this one is how many row, how many column? One row, two row, so two row and then two column, right? So two row, two column, so I'll just write 2 times 2. And then this one is two row, one column. Okay, so 2 times 1. And when we take satu matrix, darab dengan satu matrix, we have to make sure the number in the middle here has to be same. Because if it's not the same, it means these two matrix, you cannot darab them together. You cannot times together if the number is not same. So obviously this one, the number is same. So now we can just focus on the front, which is 2 and 1. It means your final answer will look like this. 2 times 1, which means it will have 2 row, 1 column. It means you will end up with a number atas and a number bawah. Okay, but how do we get the atas punya number and bawah punya number? How can we darab? We cannot simply darab. Okay, the other cara dia. So the correct method to darab is you will take the horizontal darab dengan vertical. Okay, and let's say the horizontal bar is AB and then this one is CD. And how you have to darab? You must take A times C, B times D. Dia guna macam ni. Okay, dia tak boleh A darab C, A darab D. Tak boleh, salah. It has to be A times C, B times D. So let me show you. Let me demonstrate. So one more time, can I take like this, darab dengan like this? Cannot, 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 cannot. I already said it has to be horizontal times vertical. If you do like this, means you start with vertical, then wrong already. It has to start with horizontal, like this, times vertical, right? And remember, it has to be A times C, B times D. So can you tell me what times what now? 1 times 560. So I'm just going to write 1 bracket 560. And then negative 12 times 36. So negative 12 bracket 36. Okay, this is how you write it. So this one is, what is this? 1 times 5, 6. Okay, this one is 0. Okay, okay, now after I take horizontal times vertical, I will repeat the same process, but now with the second row. Okay, second row, but still the same column. So that's why you write in the second row, same column, which is the first column. So now same thing, you will take negative A times C, B times D. So negative 1 times 560. Okay, like this. And then 20 times 36 right here. And if there's nothing in between means plus, right? And then there's a bracket here lah. Okay. Okay, let me just write nicely. So this one is 560. This one is 560. Okay, now I don't have enough space here. I will continue here. XY equals to, okay, so 1 over 8, I'll just write it. And then this one, I'll just press calculator. So let me press now. This is 1 times 560, which is 560. And then 560 minus 12 times 36. So let's press. 560 minus 12 times 36. Okay, my calculator give me 128. So just write it there lah, 128. And then what about this one? Negative 1 times 560, which is negative 560. And then plus with 20 times 36. Okay, my calculator give me 160. And then finally, my final step is to take these two numbers times with 1 over 8. Both numbers also have to times with 1 over 8. Okay, but times with 1 over 8 means divide 8 lah. So you just press divide 8, divide 8. So what is 128 divide 8? 160 divide 8. 128 divide 8 is 16. And then 160 divide 8 is 20. All right, just use your calculator to help you. Okay, This is your answer, right? But if you look at the question actually asks you to find value of x and y. So we have to write dot. We cannot stop here, right? Because if we stop here, it's still in matrix form. So I have to write one more time. X equals to 16, y equals to 20, right? And you can even write the hours. Okay, if you takut, right? If you want to be safe, because x actually represents hours, number of hours. So y is equals to 20 hours. All right. So that's it already. Okay, do I have to write working hours as a tutor in a week is 16. Working hours as a store assistant in a week is 20. Do you have to write that? Okay, actually you want to write that also can. But since the XY memang ada dalam soalan ni, I can just use the XY and write it like this. Okay, I don't have to write the whole thing like this. Working hour, no need. Okay, because the question actually tells you already what the XY represents. Okay. If the soalan tak bagi XY, saya sendiri yang let, then yeah, I have to write the full sentence lah. Tapi yang ini, the XY memang the soalan ada bagi, and they already said find X and Y. So my final baris should be like this: X equals something, Y equals something. Okay, hope you understand. Okay, now I can continue with question number 8. Okay, this question looks a bit difficult. So, okay, let's read the question first. Diagram 3 shows a part of photo frame. So this is a frame that consists of a combination of several equilateral triangles and squares alternately. Okay, I see some keyword here: equilateral triangle and square. What is equilateral triangle? It means the triangle have 3 sides and all 3 sides are same. Then we call it equilateral. And the angle will be 60. Yeah, 60. Okay, because one triangle, the because every triangle, the sum inside the sum of all the 3 angles will be 180 for all triangle. But if it's equilateral, then all 3 angles will be same. That's why it's 60, 60, 60. So if I want to label this, I will label it like this: same side, 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 and all this angle will be 60. Okay, but I will not label that now. For now, I won't do that first. And then square. Square means what? All these 4 sides will be same length also. So I can actually label like this. Yeah, square, right? So this one also square. Okay. Okay, so don't forget this is a photo frame. Okay, now we read A. A photo with n sides is placed at the center of the frame. Huh? A photo with n. Oh, okay, okay. I think I think I understand. It means the photo frame is outside, right? But usually frame it is you how to say frame is like you put it here, right? And then the photo you put it at the center. Okay, the center is the photo, right? So what they are saying is a photo with n sides is placed at the center of the frame. It means the photo actually we don't know got how many sides. Okay, it means the photo can be has 4 sides, but it can also have 5 sides or 6 sides or 7 sides. I don't know, right? So we actually don't know how many sides the photo have. Okay, we don't know the shape of the photo, and then it says how many sides is formed if the photo is a regular polygon. Okay, so the photo is a regular polygon. What is regular polygon? Regular polygon means it's a shape that has same length for every side. Then we call it regular polygon. Okay, how to do it? If I want to know number of sides of polygon, how I should do this question? Okay, I think there's 2 methods. Okay, the first method is to get the interior angle first, right? Because if I want to know this polygon got how many shape, I mean this polygon got how many sides, I need to know each of the interior angle. Because if I know the each interior angle, then I can find the number of sides. Okay, by using this formula, n minus 2 times 180. Okay, and I can divide by n because it's a regular. Okay, but this is one of the method lah. But there's also another method which is way faster. Because I explain using 2 method lah. First method is by using the sum of interior angle. Okay, interior angle formula, which is n minus 2 times 180. Okay, this is the formula to find sum of interior angle. But you can also use another formula which is sum of exterior angle, because sum of exterior angle will always be 360. It means if you find satu exterior angle, you can take 360 divide by one exterior angle. Okay, divide by one exterior angle, and then you will get the number of side automatic. Because if the polygon have, let's say, have 5 sides, it means it will have 5 exterior angle, right? So you just divide. You can also do it like this. and it will be faster if I do it like this, right? Okay, let me just explain it here lah. Okay, okay. So let's draw a pentagon. So this is a let's say this is a regular pentagon, means all five sides sama panjang, and then let's panjangkan all this line, panjangkan, 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 panjangkan. So what you will get is two angles. First angle is this one. This one we call it interior angle because it's inside the polygon. But you also get another angle, the red color angle. This one we call it exterior angle. Okay, the one outside. But you need to know that the interior angle plus with the exterior angle will be 180, right? Because they form a straight line. So definitely the black color angle and the red color angle, when you add them, is 180. Okay. And how do we find the interior angle? How do we find each interior angle? We will use this formula, n minus 2, and the n is number of sides, which is 5. So it will be 5 minus 2 times 180. And after we tekan this, you will get 540. Okay, it means the sum of all these angles is 540. But since it's regular means all five sides sama panjang, it means all the five angles same also. You can divide by 5. Okay, and then you get 108. Means each of these angle is 108. Okay, so this is the first thing that you need to know. All right. Another thing you need to know is the sum of exterior angle. The sum of exterior angle for regular polygon will always be 360. It means the red color angle, imagine this thing rotate very fast. Imagine this thing I pushing very fast. This red color angle, what will happen if I pushing very fast? The red color angle, they will eventually just form a circle, right? But if you cannot imagine it, it's fine. You just remember it. Just remember all the exterior angle add together in all cases will be 360, right? And let me ask you, got how many exterior angle in the pentagon? Got how many red color angle? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you see got 5 exterior angle? Yeah lah, because this polygon has 5 sides. If the polygon has 6 sides, then it will have 6 exterior angle. So it means if I take the exterior angle times 5, I will get 360, right? But we already know the interior angle is 108. So what will be the exterior? We can take 180 minus 108 because I tell you already, interior plus exterior is always 180. So 180 minus 108 is 72. And if you don't believe me, take 72 times 5. You will really get 360. Okay? Why times 5? Because got 5 sides. And if you have 5 sides, means there will be 5 exterior angle, right? So it means we can use the formula, we can find the n by taking 360 divided with each exterior angle. Do you understand? It means if I want to find the 5, okay, the 5 is the n, right? You can take 360 divided by 72. And what is 72? 72 is actually each exterior angle. That is why here I mentioned, if you want to find number of sides, you can also do it like this. Take the 360 divide by each exterior angle. But I need to find the exterior angle first lah. So now let's start to solve this question. Do you remember I told you it's an equilateral triangle? So what is the angle I told you in the beginning? 60, right? Because equilateral means, because in one triangle, all the angle add together is 180. But if it's equilateral, all three summer, so it'll be 60, 60, 60 because 180 divided 3. And square will be definitely be 90, 90, 90, 90. And then it will be 60, 60, 60. And then square must be 90, 90, 90, 90. And then it will be 60, 60, 60. So can I find the angle here? Yes, because this is the interior angle, right? So if I want to find the interior angle, one circle is 360. So I'll take 360 minus this one, minus this one, minus this one, right? So let's see what I get. 360 minus 90 minus 90 minus 60. Okay, my calculator give me 120. Okay, 120. And what is 120? It's the interior angle. Okay, it's the interior angle. But since this is a regular polygon, because the photo is also a regular polygon, it means all the interior angle for the other, it means all the interior angle will be 120 also, because it's regular. Yeah, so all the interior angle will be the same, right? So now how can I find the number of sides? Of course, you can use this formula. If you use this formula, you will do it like this. N minus 2 times 180 divide by n equals to 120. Okay, because when you use this formula, you are finding the sum of all interior angle, and then you divide by n equals to 120, right? And if you do it like this, you will get the answer eventually, right? But there's another method, which is by using exterior angle. You already know the interior angle is 120. Can you tell me what is the exterior angle? The exterior angle will be 60, right? Tell me why 60? Because if you got pay attention, I tell you already, interior plus exterior is always 180. So you take 180 minus 120, you get 60. And how you can find the number of sides now? just take 360 divide by 60. Okay, why? Because if each exterior angle is 60, then when you take 60 times with the n times with the number of sides will definitely equals to 360. Okay, because I already explained it just now in this pentagon example. Okay, because sum of all exterior angle will always be 360. Yeah, sum of all will in all cases, right? So 60 times with the number of exterior angle will always be 360, and the number of exterior angle will be equivalent to the number of side. If you have 5 side, then you will have 5 exterior angle, right? So that's why you can calculate like this. So you can straight away get your n is 6. So this is the answer. Okay, so this is the answer, right? But I want to prove to you that using this other method, you can also get the same. So let's do it. So 180 times n minus 2, you get 180 n minus 360. You just expand it, okay? And then this n, you can move it here, become times. So 120 n, and then 120 would be now become minus 180 minus 120. If you press, you get 60n minus 360. Pindah there become 360, and n equals to 6. Can you see the answer is really the same both sides? But of course, in exam, you don't have to do both. You just choose one. Okay, you just choose one to do, right? But this question is only worth 2 marks, right? But I think it's worth explaining. Yeah, I think it's worth explaining. So I think it's important for students to know both method, because this will come out in paper 1 also. Yeah, so I explained this before in my previous paper 1 video, but anyways, I explain it again for you lah. Okay, so yeah, hope you understand. Okay, let's look B now. State the ratio of number of equilateral triangles to the number of squares needed to form the photo frame. So if I want to write ratio, I need to write something ratio, something like that, and then ratio I have to put dot dot like that. So for the first, for the number in front, I have to put in the number of triangle, or more specific is the equilateral triangle lah. And then ratio number of square at the back, right? And then I have to form the ratio like this. Okay, so what is the number of triangles formed? We already know is the n is 6. It means it will have 6 sides. So 1, 2, 3. It means that the next shape here must be a square, right? Same with here. Okay, because it's alternately means what? Triangle, square, triangle, square, triangle, square. So after the square, the next one is triangle lah. But the triangle, I think have to position how the triangle should be positioned. I think like that, maybe. Hey, wait. So I think the triangle must be positioned like this, maybe. Yeah, and then it has to be uh like this. Wait. How? Okay, okay. I think like this. Okay, it has to be same with this, like this, lebih kurang macam ni. And then there will be a triangle here. There will be a triangle here. There will be a triangle here. So yeah, I draw it. Okay, my drawing is not very balanced lah. It's not very nice, but you get the idea lah. So this is the equilateral triangle, equilateral triangle, and then we have square, square, square in between. So yeah, it's alternately. So it looks like that. So the number of triangle here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6, and then the number of square is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 also. Okay, and we all know that ratio we can simplify, right? Because if I say 6 ratio 6 is the same as 6 over 6. So you can cut left with 1 over 1, which is 1 ratio 1. So this is the answer. Okay, this question is only worth 1 marks. So yeah, this is how I would do it. Yeah, I think I didn't leave out anything, right? So okay, hope you understand my explanation. Let's go. Okay, let's do number 9. I think this is a locus question. Locus is a form 3 chapter. Okay, so let's talk about locus. So do I have any space here? Yeah, I have some space here. So actually, I explained this so many times already in my previous trial paper videos. All right. So whenever I do locus, I always go through these 6 types of question with you. So if you can remember all these 6 types of all this format, all these things, all these 6 enam benda ni, you boleh buat semua locus question. So the first type of locus question is they will give you 1 point. If they give you 1 point, let's call it point A. And then the keyword here is how you know that is this type is you will see this keyword from A. Okay, from A. Okay. And then the second type is they will give you 2 dots. Let's call it AB. And how you know? You will just look at the keyword. They will say from A and B. From A and B. Okay, and then how you know is the third type? Third type is they will give you satu line, right? And the keyword here is from line AB. Okay, because it's from a line. Just now it's from two dots. This one is from satu line. And then for this fourth type is they will give you two lines. Let's call it A, B, C, D, and the keyword in the soalan will be from A, B, and C, D. Okay, because it's two lines, A, B, and C, D. Okay, the fifth type is also two lines, but the two lines will look a little bit different. It looks like a V shape like that. Just now it's like parallel punya, right? This one, two lines is like V shape one, and they intersect at one point. So let's call this A, B, C. And also the keyword will be from A, B, and B, C. Okay, and then the last type of locus question is they will give you something like this. Let's call this A, B, C, D. And then in the soalan, how you know it's this type of question is they will give you something like this: XA equals to AB, something like that, right? So this is the keyword. uh, okay, the one I write down here is the keyword, right? Is the keyword that it means whenever you see this, then you know already, oh, it's the type number 6 punya soalan. If you see this one, okay, it's type number 5. If you see this one, type number 3, and so on. Okay, let's explain one by one. I will use red color to draw the locus. So if they give you satu point, and they say from A, what you have to do is you go to the A and you draw a circle. Okay, and then siap already, that's the answer. But when you draw the circle, you have to use compass. So students, you have to bring compass to the exam because you need the compass to draw locus. And sometimes you need it for other reason as well, like you need it to find rotation 90-degree punya center, right? So yeah, you need the compass. So make sure you have it in your pencil box. Okay, so let's come back here. If they say from A, you go to the A will be the center of circle, and then you take the compass, you cucuk dekat A, and then draw a circle. But how big is the radius? Okay, the soalan will tell you. The soalan will give you, like, the soalan will tell you like 5 cm from A. Okay, then you open 5 cm and then draw. So don't worry about the radius, the soalan will tell you. Then what about from A and B? From two dots. Okay, what you do if it's like that from A and B, you go to point A, point B, and then cut it in the middle. Just potong like that. Right? Okay, and then the red color one, that's the answer, that's the locus, right? And if you're doing paper two, you should always label. You should always write locus. Okay, locus. Okay, you should label. But if paper one, no need. Okay, let's go to type number 3. Type number 3, the keyword here is from AB. You see the difference? This one is from A and B. This one is from AB. So if from AB means from a line. So what you do is you will lukis atas and bawah. Atas and bawah. Okay. But what is the distance between the lines? Don't worry. This one the question will tell you, right? So if they say 2 cm from AB, then you just measure 2 cm, lukis atas, measure 2 cm, lukis bawah. Okay. So don't worry about the distance. Don't worry about the gap because the soalan will tell you how much gap you need to measure. Okay, the next one is from A, B, and C, D. So they give two lines. Okay, if they give two lines, what you do? You just draw in the middle. Okay, just cut it in half. Just like the type 2 lah. The type 2 also you cut it in half, right? Oh, and by the way, when you cut it in half, sometimes you need compass. Sometimes you need compass. Okay, when will we need compass? When they never give you square grid. Okay, square grid means dia tak bagi kotak-kotak. Because if they give you square grid, you can cut it in half easily because you just count got how many kotak and then just cut it in half, right? But if they never give you square grid, then you have to use compass, right? You have to cucuk A and then buat atas lukis bawah and then cucuk B, lukis atas, lukis bawah and then join them. It means you have to do perpendicular bisector lah. If they never give square grid, okay? But from what I noticed, most of the time they give lah. Same with type number 4 also. If they got give you square grid, you can easily cut it in half, right? Because you just count got how many boxes, just cut it in half. But if they never give, then you might need the compass, right? Because you need to, how to say, make sure it's exactly middle. Okay, number 5. Okay, this one also you will cut it in half. Okay, but the half will be here. Okay, and this one you actually need to use compass. Okay, because this one is also from two lines A, B, and B, C. So to cut it in half, you need to use compass. So how to use compass is first you cucuk B, and then you lukis sini, you lukis sini. After that, you cucuk dekat sini, lukis sini, and then cucuk sini, lukis sini, and then join. This is how you draw this is how you cut it in half, right? And this red color line is the locus lah. That's the answer. Okay, for my last one, type number 6 punya is like they will give you something like this, and then they will mention XA equals AB like that. Okay, what you need to do is, first thing is, you look at the diagram, the other A, B, C, D. But when you look at the soalan, they will mention something like this, XA equals AB. So what you have to do is you have to find out which point is not in the diagram. So which point is not in the diagram? XAB, which one is not in diagram? X is not in diagram. It means X is the locus that I need to draw. So X is the locus I need to draw. That's why it's not here. Okay, the one, because X is the one I need to draw, right? So I only focus on A equals AB. And the one that repeats, that is the center of circle. Okay, the one that repeats, AA, the one that repeat, that's the center of circle. And then what is AB? AB is the radius, or you can say the distance. Okay, so yeah, I repeat one more time. The one that doesn't exist in the diagram, that is the locus I need to draw. And then we just focus on A equals AB, and then the one that repeats, which is A, that will be the center of circle, and then AB will be radius. So what I do now is I have to draw a circle, but A will be my center, and AB will be my radius. So I will chuchuk my compass in A, I will chuchuk here, and then I will open my compass until the pencil reach here, and then draw a circle, right? But actually you will draw a full circle like this lah, but you don't have to draw full circle, just draw within the space given. Yeah, you don't have to draw until outside one. Just draw like that. Okay. Okay, I talked for a very long time already. Okay. So I hope you are aware of all these types of, how to say, locus answering method lah. Okay. Actually, I learned this from another teacher. Okay. So yeah, I'm just borrowing what I learned from that teacher and I apply it here. Okay. Now let's go back to this question. Number 9, diagram in the answer space shows a square PRTV. Let's go to the square PRTV. Okay, they already say it's square, so definitely same side, same side, same side. I mean same length. Okay, sama panjang lah because it's a square, right? So if it's a square, now what it says? X and Y are two moving points in the square. On the diagram, construct. So whenever you see moving point means locus. Locus means moving point. Okay, so I have to draw locus X and locus Y in the diagram. That is why you cannot see XY in your diagram. You only see PRTV. You don't see X and Y because your X and Y is the one you need to draw. That's why you can't see it. Okay. So now what you do is you read A lah. So A says locus of moving point X, which is equidistant from the lines PV and PR. All these things is not important. I told you already. When you are doing locus question, the keyword is what? Look at my notes. What is the keyword? The keyword is you tengok dia from siapa. Okay, you tengok dia from siapa. Okay, all the stuff they mentioned at the beginning is not important. All these things you don't have to read. Semua tak penting, tak penting, tak penting. You only focus on this from lines PV and PR. Okay, you tell me lah. Type number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So which type? PV and VR. PV and PR. It means two lines, right? Two lines. So definitely not type number 1, not type number 2, not type number 3, because type number 3 is only one line. Type number 4 is two lines. Type number 5 also two lines. So is this type number 4 or 5? They said PV and PR. So I'm going to tell you it's type number 5. Okay. How I know? Because if you go to the diagram, PV and VR will actually form a PV and PR, is it? Yeah, PV and PR. So can you see it actually form two lines that look like this, right? So now you know already it's not type number 4 because type number 4 is like the two lines have to be parallel one. Type number 5 baru dia ada intersect. So it's type number 5. So what you do is you cut it in middle lah, right? But do you need compass? Let me ask you, do you need compass to cut this line and this line in the middle? Do you need compass? Actually, no need. Why? Because they already mentioned this is a square. So if I want to cut it in middle, definitely I can just cut it like this, right? This is the answer. Okay, and this line will passes through P and T, definitely. Why? Because it's a square. Okay, and if it's a square, definitely it will be like this. Okay, so let's make this line tebal sikit. Okay, so yeah, this is the answer. Okay, and make sure you label lah. Okay, and in exam don't use red color pen. You use you use the regular pencil or pen. Okay, so locus. Oh, by the way, when you are drawing in exam, use pencil, please. Okay, so this one is locus X, right? Locus of X. So yeah, this is the answer. Okay, I repeat one more time. PR and PV means you cut it in middle, but when you cut it in middle, you don't need compass. It's because this is a square. So the middle will be PT. Okay, yeah, it will definitely pass through T because this is a square. Okay, okay, so that's it. Let's change this to black color lah. Okay, because yeah. Okay, so yeah, like that. Okay, so this is my A answer. Now we continue with B. B says locus of moving point Y, which is constantly 5 cm from T. We don't have to care about this. These are not the keyword. The keyword is from T. So tell me, type number 1, type number 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, which one? From T, from T. It means from satu point saja kan? So definitely it's type number 1. It means I have to draw circle. But I already tell you, right? Just now when I explained to you my notes, I already tell you, you don't have to worry about the radius of the circle because the soalan will tell you, and you can see they got give you constantly 5 cm from T. It means your locus Y is a circle that is 5 cm from center T. So I will go to T because T is my center of circle, and then I will take my compass and I chuchuk here. You must use compass, and then you open 5 cm. Okay, you need to use your ruler lah. Okay, so what you do is you take your ruler and then this is your compass. Okay, this is your compass. All right, and your compass will have satu one is the tajam one, right? The tajam one. Right? Another one is the one that is holding a pencil. Okay, something like that, right? So what you do is you open up this compass so that it's exactly 5 cm, right? You measure it in ruler, and then after you make sure it's exactly 5 cm, then only you take this, the tajam one, you cucuk dekat T, and then you draw a circle, right? But I already explained you don't have to draw a full circle because it's like you don't have to draw until outside the answer space, right? You just draw within the square. So the circle will look something like this. Okay, of course I cannot show you using compass because I'm using like a laptop, right? So yeah, but make sure you use compass lah. I never use compass, but you have to use compass. And then don't forget to label. This one is locus Y. Okay, my one looks ugly because I never use compass. I just draw it freehand. But you need to use compass in exam, So yeah, remember that. Okay, so I think I can erase this. This is useless already. So now we are done with this question. Okay. Okay, let's see what else they want me to find. So A sudah siap, locus X sudah label, locus Y sudah label. Okay, there's one more question. C. Mark the point of intersection of locus X and locus Y with this symbol. So I have to find out the X and Y punya intersection and then mark with this symbol. So where is the intersection between X and locus Y? This is locus X, this is locus Y, so the intersection is here, right? So I'm just gonna mark with a circle and then put a cross there. And then set ready lah. That's the answer. Okay, done. So that's all. So remember to label, always label. Okay. And also remember all the 6 types of locus question, right? Okay, let's continue with question number 10. Let's read the question. Diagram 5 shows an experiment conducted by a group of students. Okay, when the light bulb shine, okay, or shown in past tense, the shadow of a hand is produced on the screen with scale factor K. So this is the hand, the actual hand, and this is the shadow, right? So what do you think will happen if I move this hand nearer to the light? What do you think what changes you will see on the shadow? The shadow will get bigger or get smaller? It will get bigger, right? It will get bigger, yeah. Because if you move closer, you will cover, how to say, you will cover more light and ends up producing a bigger shadow. Okay, but anyways, let's continue reading. Oh, and one more thing, I want to mention to you about the scale factor formula. It will be I divide O, right? But a lot of students, they will salah guna formula ni because sometimes they will put area of image divide area of object. Salah, this I divide O cannot be area, it must be the length. So I will write carefully, is length of image divide length of object. Okay, length of object, right? But there's also another formula for scale factor. Yeah, it can also be the distance. Okay, the distance. So for example, if I give you something like this, let's say like this. This one is triangle A, and then triangle B is the whole thing big one. So we can, to find the scale factor, we can also take the distance here, divide the distance here, right? So we can also say distance uh, from center to image. Okay, distance. Okay, how can I write this? Wait. Okay, wait. So I can write distance of center to image. It means that the scale factor formula. Okay, I'll just write here lah. can also be distance of center to distance from center uh to image divide by distance of distance from center to corresponding point. Okay, I don't know if you understand what I write or not, but yeah, this is the definition. So here it should be from. So what I'm trying to mention here is the scale factor can also find by using distance from center to image. It means center to image. So let's say the big one is image lah. But the image, you can choose any point you want, right? Let's say it's this point. So you can take the distance here, divide with the distance from center to the corresponding point. Yeah, the corresponding point for this is here. So you can take the panjang here, divide panjang here. All right. Okay, hope you understand what I mentioned here. It means that sometimes the scale factor, we cannot find the length of image, length of object. We can also take the distance between the center, and the image and object, right? Okay, let's erase this. Okay, now we can read the this part, right? So let's scroll down a bit and read this part. Okay, given that the horizontal distance between the light bulb and the hand and the horizontal distance between hand and the shadow is 50, 75. Okay, I think I can label the 50 and 75 here. But let's read one more time. Horizontal distance between light bulb and hand is 50. So light bulb and hand. So this distance, so the distance from here to here is 50 cm. And then what is 75? The horizontal distance between hand and shadow. So hand and shadow. So I think it's talking about this distance, okay, and shadow. This one is 75 cm, right? So what is the total? It'll be 50 plus 75, which is 125, right? Okay, now I can read A. A says what? State the value of K, means the scale factor lah. K is scale factor, right? Yeah, scale factor K. So which formula I will use? I cannot use this formula. Yeah, I cannot. I'm not. It's not possible because I don't have the length of image, which is the shadow. I don't have. They never give us the length of image. So I cannot use this formula. I have to use another formula, which is this formula: distance from center to image and divide with distance from center to corresponding point. But which one is the center? This one lah, the light bulb is the center. So the distance from center to image will be from light bulb to shadow. Shadow is the image. Okay, object is the hand. How I know is because okay, the soalan never mention siapa image siapa object, but you kena tahu yang ini object because object is always referring to the actual size, of the hand, right? And image is always referring to the drawing or the shadow, or like it's not the real one lah. That's why it's the image. Okay, so yeah, so now I can find my scale factor by taking distance from center to image. So this is the center, and where is the image? It will the distance from center to image will be 125 lah. But I have to divide with distance from center to corresponding point, which is 50. Yeah, so this is how you find the scale factor. So you can just press this in your calculator and you will get 5/2, right? So what is the scale factor? 5/2, or you can write 2.5 also. Okay, so yeah, this is how I would do it. Now we continue with, let's read the question. The experiment is repeated by moving the hand 25 cm towards the light source. So if the hand is moving towards the light source, this distance will change, but this distance will not change. The 125 is forever 125 one, right? Just the 50 and the 75 will change to something else. Okay. Okay, so what happens here? Given the area of palm is 78 cm square, calculate the difference in area in cm square of the shadow produced before and after the movement. So I need to find area of shadow, okay? But I need to find area of shadow before I move the hand 25 cm towards the light and then after, right? So let's find the area before first lah. Okay, they already give us the area of hand. Okay, they already give us the area of hand, which is 78. So this is the area of object or image. This must be the object because it's talking about okay, let me get rid of this thing. Like, what's happening here? Wait. Okay, yeah. Okay. So this 78 cm square is definitely talking about the object area. So in order to find the shadow area, I have to use this formula. Area of image equals to, okay, don't have enough space. Uh, okay, I'll just write here k square times area of object. So yeah, I need to use this formula to find the area of shadow. Okay, area of image means area of shadow. So it will be equivalent to k square. The k will be 5/2 lah, because yeah, because I'm finding before I move the hand. So the scale factor is still 5/2 times with area of object, which is 78. Okay, so if you press this, you will get the area of shadow. So 5 divide 2 and then answer square times 78. Okay, my calculator give me 487.5. But this one is before I move the hand. Before I move the hand, the area of shadow is 487.5. Is it cm square? Yeah, cm square, because everything is in cm, right? Okay, now I have to use this formula again. Okay, area of image formula again. Okay, or you can write shadow also. But this time, instead of muscle 5/2 for the scale factor, I have to muscle something else, because if I move the hand, my scale factor will change. And also, but the 78 will stay the same. Because imagine if you move the hand 25 cm towards the light, the area is still 78, right? The area of hand will not change, right? The area of hand, it means the area of object is still 78. It means the only thing changed here is the scale factor. And how do we find scale factor? Well, we will use this formula. So this one is after I move the hand 25 cm towards the light. So imagine if I move this 25 cm towards the light, what will happen to this panjang and this panjang? This 50 will become, I have to minus 25 lah, because if I move this, it means my hand broke like nearer to the here already. So this 50 cm have to minus 25, and when you tekan 50 minus 25, you get 25. And then this distance you plus 25. Yeah, because if this one move further, the jarak sini kena tambah already. So what is 75 minus 25? So after you move the hand, this become 100 cm already. So what is your new scale factor? Your new scale factor will be, use this formula lah. Distance from center to image, which is light to shadow, 125. All right. So 125. Okay, let me write 125. Divide with the distance from center to the corresponding point, which is distance from center to object lah. Okay. So the distance from here, okay, sorry. The distance from here to here is 125, but I have to divide with here to here, which is 25. Okay, originally it's 50 lah, but after I move the hand, it becomes 25 already. Okay, so yeah, so now you have a new scale factor. Okay, it's not the same with the scale factor just now. Just now is like before I move the hand, right? Because the question asks you to find difference in area of shadow produced before and after the movement. This is the area of shadow before the movement, the 487.5. For the after one, I haven't calculated yet, so now I press 125 divide 25, and then answer square times 78. Okay, my calculator give me 1950. So what is 1950? The 1950 cm square is the area of the shadow after the movement, right? So now we can calculate the difference in area lah. So I'm just gonna write difference, and I will take besar tolak kecil. So 1950 minus 487.5. And if you press this, you will get the final answer straight away. Okay, so let me just press in my calculator. Okay, my calculator give me 1462.5. So that is the answer lah. That is the final answer. And don't forget to write cm square, because this represents area, right? So yeah, that's the answer. Okay, that's all. Okay, now we are in section B. Section B also you cannot choose. You have to jawab all questions in this section. So let's go with 11. Okay, the following sequence shows 4 consecutive. Okay, what is consecutive? Berturutan. Berturutan means what? For example, 67, 68, 69, 70. So these 4 terms are berturutan because they are consecutive, right? It's like continuous. Okay, 67, 68, 69, 70, right? But if I give you 67, 69, 71, 73, then these 4 terms, they are not continuous. Okay, dia tak berturutan because you skip some numbers already. You skip some numbers in between. And when you skip some numbers, then we don't say it's consecutive. We don't call it berturutan. Okay, so now you understand the meaning. Okay, wait, what is this? Let me just move it out the way. Okay, let's continue. And they say it's in base 7, right? So 354 base 7, 355 base 7, 356 base 7, and then T. Okay, state the value of T. Okay, if this is 354 and this is 355, this is 356. And if this is in base 10, you will write 357, right? Okay, if it's base 10 lah, because if all these numbers is in base 10, after 354 is 355, 356, 357, but you cannot write 357 for the answer because this is a base 7 number. For base 7 number, you will not see the digit 7. Okay, so for example, if I tell you base 10 number, the highest digit that you can see in a base 10 number is 9. It means you can only see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so the highest digit you can see in a base 10 number is 9. Then what if I say if it's a base 5 number, you can only see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. What if base 2, 0 and 1? It means the highest digit that you can see in the base is okay. Let me say it one more time. The highest digit that you can see in the value is always one less than the base, right? So if the base is 10, the highest digit you can see is 9. If the base is 5, then the highest digit, okay, is 4. Okay, if it's 2, then the highest digit you can see is 1. So you cannot write 357 base 7 because you will not see 7 in the base 7. So you will skip the 357, 358, 359, and then you will go after you reach 359, the next one will be 360, and that will be the answer. It means T will be 360 and it will be base 7. Okay, okay. Okay, I know a lot of strong students, they can do it easily, right? Like they can, how to say, they know the answer. They know they don't need the, how to say, they don't need the explanation. They know straight away it's 360. But I want to talk to those weak students that doesn't know how to count in base 7. Okay, if you don't know how to do it like this, you can use the other method, which is you change all this to base 10. Okay, you change all this to base 10. And once you change all this to base 10, you will get a number that is consecutive. So then you will know what is T, right? And after you know what is T in base 10, you convert back to base 7. And then you will get the same answer. Okay? This one is like if you takut, you can do it like this lah. But I will not do it like this because it will take a lot of time, but you can do it like that if you want, right? And trust me, you will get the same answer. Okay? But since it's only worth 1 marks, so that's why I just do it fast lah. Okay? But I hope you understand. Okay, number 2. Find the sum of two numbers below in base 5. Okay, these two numbers is not in base 5. One is in base 4, one is in base 5. Okay, since this one is in base 5 already, I will not kacau this number. I will just focus on changing this number to base 5 and then add these two numbers. Because you can only add two numbers when they are same base, right? So now I will focus on changing this base 4 number to base 5. Oh, by the way, when you tambah a base 5 number, you cannot use calculator. If you press in calculator, it's only like base 10 when you can use calculator. Okay, anyways, let's change this 312 base 4 to base 5. But how can I change from base 4 to base 5? Actually, you cannot change directly. From 4 to 5 is not possible. You have to change to base 10 first. Then only change to base 5. Yeah, there's no shortcut. Unless it's base 2 to base 8 lah. If it's base 2 to base 8 or base 8 to base 2, then there's a shortcut. Then you can change directly terus. Tapi kalau 4 to 5, you have to change to base 10 first. And how can I change from a smaller base to base 10? I have to use the darab punya cara because you are changing a smaller base to base 10. And then after you use the darab cara, how to change from base 10 to base 5? You will use the divide punya cara. Okay, the bahagi punya cara, because you are changing a base 10 number to a smaller base. Okay, let's use the darab cara first. But before you darab, you have to write down the place value. What is place value? The nilai tempat. And the nilai tempat for this digit will be 4 power 0, 4 power 1, 4 power 2. Always starts with power 0. And why is it 4 power? It's because base 4. Okay, and now you just multiply them. So 3 times 4 power 2, and then 1 times 4 power 1 bracket, and then 2 times 4 power 0. And then just plus everything. And after you tekan all this, you will get the base 10, right? So let's press 3 times 16 plus 4 plus 2. Okay, my calculator give me 54. But this 54 is what base? It's base 10. Okay, now I will change the base 10 number to base 5. And how to do that? Well, you are changing a base 10 number to a smaller base. So definitely you will use the divide punya cara. Okay, so 54 and then remainder. And then since you are one base 5, you write divide 5. So what is 54 divided 5? 10. Okay, and then there will be remainder 4. Because 5 times 10 is just 50. And I want 54. So the difference is 4. That's why the remainder is 4. And then divide by 5 again. 5 times 2 is 10. And since 10 and 10, there's no difference, mean the remainder is 0. And then divide by 5 again. 5 times 0 is 0, but I want 2. So the difference here is 2, so the remainder is 2. And you have the answer will be baca dari bawah ke atas. So the answer is 204. And don't forget to write the base is base 5. But this is not the answer yet. They want to find the sum of two numbers, right? So I'm just going to write sum is equals to 204 base 5 plus with the 144 base 5. Okay. And then I'll write my answer here lah. And I already tell you, you cannot use calculator. You cannot press 204 plus 144 in your calculator. If you do it like this, your calculator will give you the wrong answer because the calculator, only in base 10 you can do it like this using calculator. So this one you actually have to do it like by yourself. You cannot use calculator. And how you do it is like this. You write 204 base 5 plus with 144 base 5 like that, right? And do you remember just now I explained to you the highest digit? Oh, I already erased just now. Yeah, just now when I explained the A question, I already explained to you, right? Like if, for example, if it's base 10 number, you can only see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, means the highest digit is 9 in the base 10 number. If I say base 5, the highest digit is 4. 0, 1. You can only see this digit 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if it's base 2, you can only see 0 and 1. Okay, it means the highest digit that you can see in the number is always 1 less than the base, right? If it's base 10, the highest digit is 9. See, 1 less than the base. If it's the base 5, then the highest digit is 4. 1 less than, 1 less than. So can you tell me, if it's a base 5 number, it means the highest digit you can see here is like 4. Okay, it means your answer cannot have cannot have 5, cannot have 6, cannot have 7, cannot have 8, cannot have 9. If your answer have all these, means you did something wrong already. Okay, so now let's try to take a base 5 number plus with base 5 number. Okay, it's possible. It's possible to plus two numbers if they are same base, but you have to use this method lah, not the calculator. You have to use this method. Okay, this method is you do it like this. You take 4 plus 4. Okay, 4 plus 4 is 8, right? But if you write 8, is wrong. You know why? Because this is a base 5 number. Base 5 number, the highest digit, maximum paling besar punya digit you boleh nampak is 4. How can you nampak 8 here? It's not possible. So what you do with the 8 is, you have to minus 5, because this is a base 5 number, and you see what is the balance. 8 minus 5 is 3, right? It means I have to write 3 here. And since I minus 5, I have to plus 1 here. Okay, I repeat one more time. 4 plus 4 is 8. But 8 cannot, the digit 8 cannot appear in the base 5 number. That's why I have to minus 5 to get the balance, which is 3. And since I minus 5 satu kali, I have to plus 1 here. Alright? Okay, let's try one more time. 1 plus 0 plus 4. You will get 5, right? But if you write 5, salah. Why salah? Because the digit 5 cannot appear in the base 5 number. The digit yang paling besar yang you boleh nampak dalam base 5 is 4. I told you already. If it's base 5, the highest digit you can nampak is 4. You cannot see a digit 5 there. The maximum digit here is 4. So what you do with the 5, you minus with the 5 to see how many balance. So 5 minus 5 is 0, right? So here you have to write 0. But since you minus 5 sekali, you have to tambah satu here. And then what is 1 plus 2 plus 2? 3 plus 1, 4. So this is 4. And 4 can write here, right? Why can write? Because 4 memang boleh appear in a base 5, right? So remember, base 5, you can only see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. The highest digit you will see is always 1 less than the base, right? So if it's base 5, then the highest digit you can see is 1 less than 5, which is 4. If it's 10, then 9. If it's 7, then 6. 6, then 5, and so on. So the answer here comes out already 403 base 5. Okay, but I think actually there's another method to do this question also, which is you change both this number to base 10. Yeah, you change both these number to base 10. But how can change 4 to 10? You use the darab punya cara. And then how can you change 5 to 10? Also you use the darab punya cara. And then you use calculator plus. Because if you change to base 10, you can use calculator, right? And then after you plus, you will get a base 10 answer and then convert to base 5. Okay, you can also do it like this and you will get the same answer. Okay, but I end up using this method lah, but can also, yeah. Both method will give you the same answer. All right, so hope you understand. Now let's go with question C. Okay, given P and Q are the values in base 10. So P and Q are both values in base 10 for the digit 4 in the number 432 base 8 and 432 base 5. So I'm just going to write 432 base 8 and 432 base 5. And I can find P value and Q value later. And then it says calculate value of P minus Q, hence express P minus Q as a number in base 6. Okay, let's not calculate P minus Q first. Let's calculate P and Q separately first. So what is P? P is actually a values or in base 10 for digit 4 in this base 8 number. And then Q is also a values in base 10 for digit 4, but for the 432 base 5. So I'll just underline the digit 4 and then find this and then I will find the base 10 value for this digit. Okay, how can we convert a smaller base like a base 8 to base 10? We have to use the darab punya cara. But when you use the darab punya cara, you have to write down the place value. Then only you can darab. So what is the place value for base 8? You have to start from paling belakang and then write 8 power 0, 8 power 1, 8 power 2. Remember, always start with 8 power. But for the base 5, you write 5 power 0, 5 power 1, 5 power, because it's base 5. Okay. And how you convert to base 10? 8 power 2 times 4 plus 8 power 1 times 3 plus 8 power 0 times 2. That's how you convert to base 10. But you don't have to do that for this question. They only want you to convert in base 10 for the digit 4 only. It means I only take 8 power 2 times 4. So your P is just 8 power 2 times 4. That's all. I can ignore this one. No need to do that one. Okay, unless if I change the whole thing, then I have to plus with the one at the back. But if they want digit 4 only, so that's all. Just take 64 times 4. Okay, my calculator give me 256. That should be my P value. Now let's continue to find my Q. Same thing, I only take 5 power 2 times 4. I don't have to plus with 5 power 1 times 3, 5, no need, no need. I only want the digit 4 in base 10. So it's just 5 power 2 times 4. So you will get 100. Now I can finally find the value of P minus Q, which is 256 minus 100. Okay, now I get my first answer, 156. But is this the final answer? I don't think so, because the question also still asks you to find something else, which is express P minus Q as a number in base 6. Okay, this one I never write the base, and you should know, but you should know that it's all in base 10. So now to convert to base 6, I will use which cara? I will use the divide punya cara or times punya cara. Well, I'm changing a base 10 to a smaller base 6. So definitely I will use the bahagi punya cara, because I'm changing from a big base 10, to a smaller base. So I have to divide. So 156 remainder, and I will divide 6. Okay, 6 times what is 156? Okay, I know 6 times 3 is 12. 15 minus 12 is 3. You're left with 36. So 6 times 6, and then remainder 0. And then divide with 6 again. 6 times 6 is 6. Remainder 0. And divide with 6. 6 times 1 is 6. Remainder 0. 6 times 0, 1. Wait. Did I do it correctly? 156 divide 6. Let me use calculator. I think I did something wrong. Okay, 156 divide 6 is 26, not 36. So whole thing wrong already. This is 26, not 36. So use your calculator to be safe lah. So 26 actually, and then the remainder 0. And then divide 6 again. Okay, let's use calculator. 26 divide 6, what they give you? So if you got press in your calculator, they give you 4.33333. It means you have to write 4 here. And for the remainder, you don't go and write 33333. No. The remainder, you have to take the balance decimal at the back and then times 6, which means you have to take 0.33333 times 6, right? Okay, my calculator give me 1.9999, which is basically 2 lah. So that's the remainder 2. And then divide 6 again. 6 times, okay, you can press 4 divide 6. And your calculator give you 0.6666, right? It means you write 0 here. Okay, and then after the decimal point punya number, which is 0.6666, that one have to times 6 to get the remainder. So you will get 4. Okay, or you can also if you don't want to use calculator, you can also do it by yourself. You can also think like this: 6 times 0 is 0, but I want 4, right? So the remainder have to write 4 lah. You can also do it like this. Okay, remember to baca dari bawah to atas. So the answer is 420 base 6. We cannot call this 420, because it's not base 10, it's base 6. So the correct way to read this is 420 base 6. Okay, sudah siap. Okay, now we continue with number 12. Let's read the question. I think this is a cukai punya soalan, is income tax. Okay, let's see. Table 1 shows the information of Puan Julia income tax in the year 2022. So Puan Julia's monthly income is 4,800. But I need you to know, when you calculate chungkai, is always for 1 year. We never use monthly one. Okay, because Okay, let's talk about income tax punya steps. Okay, so income tax, how to calculate? Step number one, what is it? Calculate your chargeable income. Chargeable income means pendapatan bercukai. So the pendapatan bercukai. And how you calculate is you take your total annual income. Total annual. What is annual? It means 1 tahun punya. Minus with the tax exemption, minus with tax relief. That is step number one. Step number two is you tengok jadual. Okay, and when you tengok jadual, you will get your base tax. Okay, you will get your base tax, which is the cukai dasar, and you will get the balance, which is the cukai baki. Okay, cukai baki from the jadual, and the jadual they will give you an exam. Okay, and then step number three is just take your cukai dasar and cukai baki plus them together, which is you take base tax plus with the balance, but step three you have to minus with rebate. Yeah, and then siap already lah. After you minus with rebate, you will get the income tax yang kena bayar. This is how you calculate income tax. But you have to hafal rebate ada dua jenis. Okay, the first type of rebate is when your chargeable income, when your pendapatan, why I read pendapatan income? Sorry, this one is pendapatan bercukai. Okay, bercukai. So when your pendapatan bercukai or your chargeable income is less than or equal 35,000, then you will have a rebate 400. Okay, it means only citizen with income less with chargeable income less than 35,000 is eligible for this. Hanya orang yang pendapatan dia kurang daripada 35,000 ataupun kurang ataupun sama dengan lah 35,000, then only dia boleh layak terima rebate ni. Kalau dia punya chargeable income lebih, dia tak ada rebate 400. And then another type of rebate is zakat, which is only for Muslim citizen. But in the SPM if they never mention the word zakat in the soalan, means you don't have to worry about it. Okay, yang ini you kena worry about. This one you have to always aware this one, because this one the exam actually won't tell you one. Okay, zakat they will tell you one. If got zakat, they will mention in the soalan. This one they won't mention it. That's why it's very dangerous. Because students always how to say, they will forget to check this, then they will buat salah. Okay, now we already know all the steps. So now you understand, right, why this monthly income is useless, because the formula starts with total annual income. So straight away I will times 12. Okay, I will straight away times 12. I don't even want to read what they want me to find later. I'll just times 12 first, because Chukai always calculate yearly one, right? Okay, I already pressed my calculator. It's 57600, and this is the monthly annual income. Okay, and then it says 10% of the monthly income is used for medical treatment expenses. So 10% means 0.1. Okay, because 10 divided 100 times with the monthly income. The monthly income is 4800, and then I'll get 480. And what is this 480? It's a type of expenses. So it's medical treatment expenses, right? And then what's next? Juan Julia's monthly passive income is 1,200. So passive income is what? Passive income is it's also a type of income lah, but it's monthly, right? So should I times 12? I think I should. Yeah. So let's times 12 also. 1200 times 12. I will get 14400. Okay. Because I want for 1 year. It's always for 1 year one, because for cukai memang macam tu. Okay, now it says what? 20% of monthly passive income is used for insurance. So I should underline the word insurance. Okay, so 20%. So 20% is 0.2 of the monthly passive. The monthly passive is 1200. So let's times with this and see what I get. So 0.2 times 1200. Okay, I get 240. But you need to know this 240 is what? Is the insurance. Okay, amount spent on insurance. Okay, now the next one says what? Juan Julia also donated. Okay, underline this word. This is very important. Whenever you do income tax, you will always see this word donation. Okay, and you need to know donation is a type of tax exemption. Yeah, you need to have fun, right? So do you remember there is a formula just now I show you? Chargeable income is total annual income minus tax exemption minus tax relief, right? So tax exemption donation is a type of tax exemption. Okay, what is other example for tax exemption? Like allowance also is a type of tax exemption, right? And then for tax relief, ada banyak, ini ada banyak. Okay, EPF, okay, insurance. Okay, there's too many example. Okay, insurance, and then apa lagi? Medical expenses, banyak lagi lah. This one got a lot of contoh. if you want to know, you can refer your textbook lah. Okay. Okay, tapi tax relief ada banyak. Okay. Oh, lifestyle, individual, like banyak lah. Dia punya ini banyak. Okay. Okay, but anyways, let's continue here. So remember, donation is a type of tax exemption, and the donation is 1,300. Okay, to a state library. Okay. So now the last one, Puan Jula paid zakat amounting to 550. So this is rebate. Zakat is a type of rebate. Do you remember I mentioned just now? Zakat is a type of rebate. Huh? So yeah, now I can look at the next part. The next thing here is the jadwal. Yeah, table 2 shows the individual income tax rate. So this is the kadar cukai pendapatan. So this is the jadwal that I was talking about just now. Do you remember the step 2 is looking at the jadwal, right? So yeah, this is the jadwal lah, right? Okay, but you need to learn how to baca the cukai dasar and the cukai baki, right? So later I'll teach you how to baca. Okay, but first thing first is to calculate chargeable income first, right? Because after you calculate chargeable income, then only you can refer this one, because you see here it says chargeable income. Okay, okay, now let's see what they want for A. A says give one example of tax rebate. So one example for tax rebate. So there's two types of rebate. So you can answer either one lah. You can say zakat, or you can also say rebate 400 ringgit for how to say, for a rebate 400 ringgit when chargeable income is less than 35,000, right? So I will just write one example. So I'll just write one answer. So I'll just write zakat, but I will write the answer for you, write the other answer for you lah. Right? So you can also say what, rebate RM 400 when chargeable income means pendapatan bercukai, uh, does not exceed RM 35,000. Okay, but if you are doing this in the exam, you will only choose one to answer lah. You don't have to answer both. Okay, but if you ask me, I will just write zakat lah, because zakat is like so much easier to how to say, so much easier to write, and it's only 1 mark, right? So yeah. Okay, B, how much is Puan Julia's total tax relief? Okay, let's go back to the information here. Which one is tax relief? Donation is not tax relief. Donation is a type of tax exemption. So tax relief, just now I got mentioned just now, right? Tax relief ada banyak. EPF, insurance, medical expenses banyak, right? So which one is tax relief? This one is income. This one, medical treatment expenses. Yes, this is tax relief. Yeah. And then this is also a type of income. This one, insurance. Yeah, this one is tax relief. I think I even write it in my notes just now. Yeah, you see, tax relief, insurance is considered tax relief. And then donation, I mentioned already, is a type of tax exemption. And then zakat is a rebate. So ini bukan lah. So the total amount of tax relief, I think it's 480 plus 240. So let's write it in the working. 480. Let's just press calculator first. 480 plus 240. So I get 720. Okay, but why the schema jawapan is different? 10. Wait, let me think. Okay, 480 plus 240 should be 720, right? Huh? Why? Oh, I think I know why. It's because I have to times 12. Okay, I see, I understand now. Okay, so I can just write 480 plus 480 plus 240 can also, but I recommend you show them this working. Yeah, because we have to show the Pemeriksa how we get the 480, right? Which is by taking 10% times with 4800. So let's write it down. So for B, I will write 10%, which is 10 over 100, times with 4800, plus with, okay, let's show them how we get the 480. And then another tax relief is the insurance, 20% times 1200. So let's just write it, 20% times 1200. Okay, and then after I calculate this whole thing, I still have to times with 12. Yeah, the reason why is because this tax relief is because everything here is for 1 month. Yeah, for 1 month. So uh if for 1 month expenses is 480240, it means after you add these two numbers, you still have to times 12 lah. Or you can also say times 12 dulu baru tambah. Can also. You want to darab 12 both, then baru tambah pun boleh. Ataupun tambah dulu Baru darab 12 pun boleh. Sama. You will get the same answer. Okay. So that's why I write the 12 in front like that. Lah. So that's why I'll get 12 multiply with, this one is 480 plus this one, what is it just now? Let's scroll up. 20% of 1,200, 240. Yeah. So this one is 240. And then I'll just press 480 plus 240. And then don't forget to times 12. So my calculator give me 8640. So it's RM 8640. So remember, when we calculate income tax, it's always for 1 year. Okay, 1 year. And if this information they are giving you for 1 month, that's why everything have to times 12 just now. Even the income also times 12, this one also times 12. So the tax relief also lah. Okay. But the rebate, I don't think you have to times 12. Yeah. The rebate, I don't think you have to times 12. And the donation also no need. Okay. Yeah, just the tax relief only lah. Okay, now you get 3 marks for this. Now we do C. Calculate the income tax payable by Julia. Okay, I think this one you have to look at my notes and follow these 3 steps. Yeah, you have to do all these 3 steps to find the cukai yang perlu dibayar. You have, if you want to find income tax to be paid, you follow this step. Okay, first step, chargeable income equals to total income minus exemption minus relief. So let's go to C and write chargeable income. Chargeable income in Bahasa Melayu, I want you to know, is called pendapatan bercukai. Okay, pendapatan bercukai. So how you do it is you take your total annual income, which is, what is it just now? 57600. But I think I should show them how I get the income is taking is 4800 times 12, right? So let's show them the working here. 4800 times 12. Okay. But I remember there's some other income, right? I think there's the passive income. Yeah, I remember they got mentioned something about passive income, which is 1,200 monthly. And I also times 12 also lah. So 1,200 times 12. Make sure you put in bracket. So this is the total annual income. Now the formula have to minus with what? Have to minus with exemption and relief. Exemption, the only exemption here is donation, yeah, which is 1,300. So you just minus with 1,300 lah. Okay, because that's the donation, right? So minus 1,300. And don't forget to minus with tax relief. And the tax relief, if I'm very lazy, I can just look at my B answer. Because my B answer is 8640. That is the total tax relief, right? Yeah. So let me see if I miss out anything. Yang ini sudah tulis. Yang ini income sudah tulis. The tax relief, I already sum it up just now in B. And the donation also, I sudah tulis. Rebate don't minus. Rebate, you will not minus dekat step number 1. Rebate, you minus dekat step number 3. If you minus now, then salah di. Okay, so yeah, I think I never miss out anything. Now I just press calculator and then I will get my chargeable income. Okay, this thing is what you already calculate just now. 4800 times 12, 57600. So this whole thing is 57600. And then what is 1200 times 12? 14400. So you just, yeah, just right here, 14400. Now you will press 57600 plus 14400 minus 1300 minus 8640. Okay, my calculator give me 62060. Okay, 62060. So that is your chargeable income lah, right? So let me ask you, is this guy eligible for the 400 ringgit rebate? Is this guy eligible for the 400 ringgit rebate later? This one. Is this guy layak? Tak layak kan? Sebab dia punya chargeable income sudah melebihi 35,000. Only if your chargeable income does not exceed 35,000, then only you will get the 400 rebate. So definitely it doesn't have this rebate. But the other zakat. So later the last step have to divide zakat. But now I already finished step number 1. Step number 2, next step is to tengok jadual, to get your base tax and balance first. So now I should refer my jadual to get my cukai dasar and cukai baki. So how to get my cukai dasar, cukai baki? Let's refer one more time my chargeable income, 62060. Dia adalah yang mana? 62060. Dia adalah in between 50,000 to 70,000, right? So definitely I have to look at this row. So which one I will tengok? So I will bullet for you using red color pen. The only thing that I have to focus is this one, and this one. The rest all tak payah tengok. The rest tak payah tengok. You only focus on these 3. Okay. So now I can know what is my cukai dasar and cukai baki. So what is my cukai dasar? This one. This one is my cukai dasar, 1,800. Okay. Then my cukai baki will be Okay, because the 1,800 is for 50,000 per timer, right? So what I have to do is take the 62060 minus 50,000, get the balance, and then the balance times with 14%, get the cukai baki. Okay, okay, let's write down my cukai dasa, cukai baki now. So I'll write cukai dasa, in English is base tax. Okay, so base tax in Bahasa Melayu is cukai dasa. Okay, so in exam you can write in English or in Malay, up to you lah. Depends on what you biasa dengan yang mana lah. So cukai dasar or base tax will be the value that you must pay, the atas punya lah, 1,800. That is the cukai dasar. Okay, and then the cukai baki, or you can say the balance. Okay, the tax on balance. Okay, ataupun you can write cukai baki. Okay, will be what? Okay, do you realize just now I got say you have to tengok yang ini kan? Dia kata 50 ribu per timer. So this 1,800, it means you only paying the 1,800 for 50 ribu per timer. Yang berikut yang balance, you have to dapatkan balance dia dulu. So you have to take 62060 minus 50,000, right? So 62060 minus with 50,000 to get the balance, and then multiply with the kadar in percentage, which is 14%. Okay, that's how you calculate the cukai baki. So now you will tie up with 0.14, or you can write 14 over 100 lah. It's the same thing. So now you can press calculator, minus 50,000 equal first, then times 0.14. Okay, my calculator gives me 1688.4. Okay, so I will write the 1688.4 here. And now how to calculate your cukai perlu dibayar? Let's go back to my notes. Do you remember my notes? Step number 2, get your cukai dasar, cukai baki, right? Okay, for my final step, okay, actually I should write income tax to be paid here, right? So the income tax final step is what? Take the base tax, the cukai dasar, plus with the cukai balance, which is the cukai baki, minus with rebate. Okay, so this is how you calculate income tax, the formula. So income tax equals to base tax plus balance minus rebate. The cukai is the cukai dasar tambah cukai baki tolak rebate. So let's go to the working and then write income tax. Okay, income tax. Okay, or you can also write cukai pendapatan in Bahasa Melayu lah. So I'll just read English. Income tax is equals to, take the base tax 1800 plus with the balance, means you take the cukai dasar, cukai baki tambah, and don't forget this final step, tolak dengan rebate. So this guy is not eligible for the 400 rebate. I already mentioned why. Is because the chargeable income is already exceed the 35,000. So but this guy has zakat, the 550. So I have to minus 550 here. And after you tekan this, then you get full mark already. Yeah. You get full mark already. 1800 plus 1688.4 minus 550. Okay, my calculator give me 2938.4. So now you should write RM lah, because it's the last baris, right? They will give you marks here, so you should write RM 2938.40. Make sure you write the 0 also, because it's RM, so make sure you write 2 decimal place. Okay. Kalau atas you tak mau tulis RM, tak apa. Tapi the final baris, the last baris, I think you have to write RM. Yeah. Yang atas you tak tulis RM, tak apa. Okay, but the last baris kena tulis lah. Sebab dia bagi markah dekat sini. So yeah. Apa lagi yang saya nak mention tadi? Oh, there is actually one more step, which is step number 4, called PCB. But this one, only certain question they will ask. Okay, some question they will not ask. So macam mana you nak tahu when the student wants you, when the question wants you to do PCB or not? Okay, if the question got mentioned PCB, PCB stands for potongan cukai bulanan. Then you have to do step number 4. Okay, but the first 3 steps to calculate income tax is always these 3. Okay, it's just that sometimes the soalan yang susah sikit punya, they will ask for PCB. PCB also is another type of potongan, okay? But this one you have to hafal one. If your PCB is more than tax, it means lebih bayar or kurang bayar. And then if your PCB is less than tax, if lebih bayar or kurang bayar, right? So I'm just gonna mention briefly here because this question never asked, so I'll just explain like a little bit lah. So if your PCB bigger than tax, it means your discount is more than the one yang you kena bayar. It means lebih. Okay, lebih bayar. Lebih bayar means what? It means you will take your PCB, your potongan cukai bulanan, tolak dengan tax to get the amount yang lebih bayar, and then the amount yang lebih bayar, the LHDN will bank in the lebih bayar punya amount back to you. Okay, but if your PCB is less than tax, means kurang bayar. If kurang bayar means what? You have to take the tax minus PCB. You kena tolak dulu. Ambil tax tolak PCB to get how much you kurang bayar. And then the amount yang kurang bayar, you have to bank into LHDN. Okay, so yeah, this is the two case lah. But anyways, this one the question never ask also PCB, so I will just like leave it here, and yeah, just for you to, how to say, for you to listen to it, and also like just be aware of this thing lah, because this is also in your syllabus. Okay, all right, I think done already. How many marks? 5, 3, 1, 9 marks. Okay, so I talked for a very long time, so I hope you understand lah. Okay, now we do number 13. I think this is linear inequalities in two variable, and it's a graph question, right? So remember, there's three type of graph question that can come out in SPM. Three type. The first type of graph question is measures of dispersion. The second type of graph question that can come out is linear inequalities. And then the third type of graph question that can come out is the graph of function. Measures of dispersion, you learn it in Form 5. Linear inequality is learning in Form 4. Graph of function is Form 2 punya. Okay, the one you learn in Form 5 is the ogive, histogram, cumulative histogram, frequency polygon. That one, the first type of graph. The second type of graph is this one. This one. This one is the second type of graph, linear inequalities. This one, they will ask you to draw 3 lines, and then Lore, yeah, yang tu lah. And then what is the third type of graph that can come out in SPM? The third type of graph question is the graph of function, where they will ask you to plot the points and then draw the shape, and it will sometimes look like this, sometimes it look like an N shape, sometimes if it's a cubic it might look like this, right? Like if the highest power is power 3 lah, then look like this. Okay, or it can also look like this. Yeah, so these are all, so you need to be aware of this, all these graph question. You need to learn, you need to know how to draw these three types of graph in exam. Okay, so these are all the graph question that can come out. Okay, just these three category. Okay, so number 13, this is definitely linear inequalities, so you learn this in Form 4. Point iron sells X steam cakes A, Y steam cakes B. So I already know straight away XY represents number of cake. Number of cake. X is number of cake A, Y is number of cake B. The following is the information regarding the steam cake sold. Soalan A, write 3 linear inequalities other than X bigger sama dengan 0 and Y bigger sama dengan 0, which represents the above situation. So first thing first is I will, okay, where I should write my working. I think I'll just write it here lah. So I think the first thing is I will write A, steam cake A, okay, is X, is represented by X, and then steam cake B is represented by Y, and the XY actually is the number, okay, is the number. And now I will write down my linear inequality. So my first one, the total number of steam cakes, okay, they never mention A or B, they just say total, so you have to take X plus Y lah, okay, and then they say it's not more than 80. What does it mean by not more than? It means it has to be smaller or equal 80, right? It means dia kena smaller ataupun sama dengan 80. Okay, because tak boleh melebih means dia kena kecil ataupun sama dengan lah. And the line have to put if you never put the line salah. Okay. Okay, the next one. Number of steam cake A is at least sekurang-kurangnya twice the number of steam cake B. Number of steam cake A is represented by X. So I'll just write X. At least means sekurang-kurangnya. What does it mean by sekurang-kurangnya? It means bigger sama dengan. Because sekurang-kurangnya means dia tak boleh kurang dah. Dia sekurang-kurangnya yang tu. So dia kena either bigger, besar ataupun sama dengan. Okay, and the sama dengan, the equal line is very important. You make sure you put the line. And then twice the number of cake B, which is 2y. So yeah, this is my second inequalities. Okay. Okay, the third one, the number of steam cake B is more than 10. So steam cake B number is Y. So Y more than 10. So I'll just write besar 10. But this time you don't have to put the line bawah. Tak payah. If you letak then salah already. Right? So it's just Y bigger 10 enough. Because they just say more than. If more than means dia tak ada line dekat bawah. Right? So these are the 3 inequalities. Okay? And you will get 3 marks for this. 3 marks only. Now I think they will ask you to draw graph. So let's see. B says what? For this part of the question, use the graph paper provided on page 27. So later I'll go to the page 27. And then it says, using the scale 2 cm to 10 cakes on both axes, draw and shade the region that satisfy the system of linear inequalities in 13A. Okay, I mentioned to you there is 3 type of graph question that can come out in your SPM, right? Okay, if it's type number 2 punya graph question, you will always put your origin in the bottom left corner, because for this linear inequality, your X and Y will always be positive, because X, Y represents what? In this case, it represents number of cake. How can the number cake be negative? Tell me, it's not possible, right? So definitely it will happen. Everything happens in the first quadrant. All right. That is why even in the A question also they mentioned already, other than x bigger 0, y bigger 0. It means your x-axis, it means everything happens in here lah. X bigger 0, y bigger 0. Yeah. So definitely your origin can put at the bottom left corner. So now I go to my graph paper and I start labeling the axis lah. So I will start from here. I'll make here is my 0, this one, and then they say 2 cm to 10, right? So let's follow the scale. 10, and then 20, and then 30, and then 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. And then here will be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. I always tell my student when we are doing linear inequalities, always try to make sure yang sini guna 8 kotak, sini guna 10 kotak. And for graph paper yang normal lah, mesti cukup tempat one. It's just that the one that this paper provide is like smaller. That's why it's like how to say, exactly enough space. Okay, but for graph paper yang dia bagi dekat SPM mesti like cukup tempat one. Okay, so I'm just gonna put my x-axis here, right? And then my y-axis will be, okay, let's make this smaller. Okay, so let me draw my y-axis. Okay. Actually, I forget to buat satu benda dulu. I have to cari point dulu first, right? Before I draw graph. Yeah, but it's okay lah. Okay, I messed up the step already. Actually, you have to cari point dulu, baru pergi ke graph. Because I haven't cari point yet. Okay, but it's okay. We can find now. Yeah. So let's cari the point now. So do you know how to cari point? Okay, we have to plot these 3 lines in the graph later, right? But when we plot, we need points, right? We need points, right? So let me find some coordinate. Okay, so I think I will do it. Let's see. Okay, for B, I will just do it here. Okay, let's make this smaller. So I'll just do it down here. Yeah. So what I will do now is I'll just do it here lah. So I will do B. For B, they ask you to draw graph, right? But you need coordinate, right? So for the first one, I will change all this inequality to equal. So it will become x plus y equals 80. And then I will open bracket, bracket. And then this one, I will write x equals 2y. It means I'm just changing the bigger, smaller to equal. And then I'll put bracket, bracket. And then y equals to 10. But this one no need to bracket. Okay, because kalau dia punya equation ada x ada y, then it's a sengit punya line. Sengit punya line means dia ada gradient. Same with this, dia ada x, dia ada y, it means it's has 2 variable, means it's definitely a sengit punya line, means ada gradient punya line. That's why you need points. But if it's ada satu variable saja, like y equals to 10, it means this is like a non-gradient line. Non-gradient line means the line is either like this or like this. And for non-gradient line, you don't need to find points because it's very easy to draw a non-gradient line. You just go to the y-axis, cari 10, and then draw a straight line. Done already. You don't need coordinate this. That's why this one you don't need to open bracket. Okay, but for this you need to find some points lah. Okay, usually what points I will ask students to find? You can ganti with any point you want. Like you can even ganti x is 10 or x is 20, anyone you want. But my favorite is always ganti x0, y0 because these points are easy to plot. Okay, because when x0, y0, you are finding the x-intercept and y-intercept, right? So when x is 0, y is 80. When y is 0, x is 80. Siap lah. And then this one, let's ganti x0, y0. Okay, if I ganti x0, my y will be 0 divided 2, which is 0. But if you ganti y0, you are just wasting your time because if y is 0, 0 times 2, x is also 0. Can you see you end up the same point repeat 2 times? So you cannot plot the line. You cannot draw the line if you have only 1 point, right? So now you're basically having 2 same points at the same position. So I need another point. So why not you use 80 since you have 80 just now? So maybe you can make x 80. But if you max x 80, your y will be 40. Makes sense, right? Because if your y is 40, 40 times 2 will be 80 in your x. That's why it's 80, 40, right? Not 40, 80. For those who write 40, 80, you're wrong already. Because if you want to write 40, then this must be 20. Okay, so be very careful in when you find the points. Do it slowly, don't do it fast. Okay, and then for the y equals to 10, you can just draw it normally, very easy. Okay, now let's go to the graph and we can start drawing our lines. The first line is 0, 80, 80, 0. X plus y equals 80. So let's go. 0, 80, 80, 0. X plus y equals 80. So 0, 80, it's here. Okay, I want to try to draw it nicely. So 0, 80 is here. And then 80, 0 is here. And then I will use a ruler. And make sure you bring pembaris panjang to the SPM. During exam, make sure you bawa satu pembaris panjang. Okay, you kena bawa. Okay, make sure you draw it long enough. You don't have to, how to say, draw it pendek. Make sure you just draw it long. Okay, let's make it accurate. Okay, don't forget to label. Yeah, labeling is important also. X plus y equals 80. Because if you don't label later, it will be very difficult for you to shade the region. Okay. Okay, now we go back atas. For my next line, 0, 0, 80, 40. Let's go. 0, 0, 80, 40. 0, 0 is very easy. It's here. And then 80, 40, I think it's here. Yeah, 80, 40. So just plot here. And then same thing. Just draw using the pembaris panjang. Okay. So it's okay if you draw outside. Okay. If it's okay if you draw panjang sikit. Okay. Is it 80, 40 and 0, 0? Yeah. And what is the equation? X equals 2y. Okay. Yeah. So this is my second garisan. And for my third garisan, it will be what? Okay, wait. Okay, for my third garisan is y equals 10, right? Y equals 10. Okay, so yeah, y equals 10, right? So I will just go to y equals 10 and then draw a line. Okay. So for this type of line, you don't have to find coordinate because you just go to y-axis and then cari 10 and then just draw a horizontal line. So yeah, you just go here and then just draw a horizontal line. Yeah, that's all. This is the y equals 10 punya garisan, right? But you have to use dotted line. Okay. Because if the inequality symbol dia tak ada garisan dekat bawah, like this one, dia tak ada garisan dekat bawah, you have to use dotted line. If dia ada garisan dekat bawah, then you can use solid line. This one you will use solid line. Solid line means the garisan will be like this, solid line. But if like this, you have to use dash line ataupun dotted line, dash line like that. Means garisan yang putus-putus. So for the y equals 10, I have to use putus-putus line. So how I have to erase lah. Yeah. So I have to erase this. Okay, actually I don't have to erase this. I just have to erase the line. I have to erase the line and change to dotted line, right? So use your ruler and then just draw a dotted line lah. Okay, garisan yang putus-putus. Okay, but make sure you use your ruler. Okay, make sure it's straight. Okay, everything is like accurate. Okay, so ayo, this one why so ugly? Okay, let me betulkan sikit. Okay, it will look something like that. And mesti dia akan suruh you shade. Shade means lorek. Okay, mesti confirm, right? So let's see. You see, using a scale 2 cm to 10 above, is it draw and shade, the region that satisfy the system of linear in 13A. So you have to shade now. So how to shade? You have to refer to the bigger, smaller punya symbol. Just now, when I plot the points, I changed all this symbol to equal because I'm trying to get the garisan. That's why I changed to equal, right? But if I want to know the kawasan, I have to look at the inequality. I will explain one more time. Equation menggambarkan garisan. Inequality menggambarkan kawasan, right? So the reason why I changed to equal is because I want to know where to draw the garisan first. Now I want to know the kawasan, then I will not look at the equal already. I will look at the bigger, smaller lah. Okay, and when you look at the bigger, smaller, you also have to make sure y has to be positive, and you kena tengok dari y. So tell me now, is the y positive? Yes. And if you tengok dari y, what is this symbol? Smaller. Smaller. Smaller means what? You have the kawasan will be bawah garisan. Bawah garisan. It will be below the line. Below this line. But which line? Let's go to the garisan. Remember this line. X plus y 80. It has to be bawah because it's smaller. If you think of that, y is smaller. So x plus y 80 has to be smaller. Means bawah lah. So x plus y 80 is which line? It's this line, right? So if it's this line, smaller means bawah means where? It means your shaded region has to be bawah, 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 bawah. So these are all possible answer, right? It cannot be here, hello, cannot be here one because I mentioned already x and y represents number of cake. How can the number of cake be negative? No, it's not possible. That's why in the soalan they got mentioned x has to be bigger 0, y bigger 0. Can you see it? Did you remember here? X bigger 0, y bigger 0. So yeah, it means that you cannot lorate the negative punya part. Yeah. Okay, now we look at the second inequality. Second inequality says x bigger sama dengan 2y. Okay, a lot of students, they will make this careless mistake. They will say, oh, sir, this one, I have to lorate atas garisan because it's bigger. No, you are wrong. This one is smaller because I already mentioned you have to make sure y is positive and then tengok dari y. If you tengok sini, the y is 2 and it's positive. So you have to tengok dari sini. So when you put your eyes here, it's no longer bigger. It becomes smaller already. It means you will rewrite this 2y in front, x here, but you will flip the symbol like this. So that's why it's smaller, not bigger, right? And let me teach you how to flip. If you want to terbalikkan the 2y and x, you want to terbalik tukar tempat macam ni, you make sure the arrow is pointing towards 2y, right? So when you terbalik also the arrow pointing towards it. That's why it's smaller. So remember the tips I give you, always tengok dari y. You mesti tengok dari y. Then what if the equation tak ada y? Then baru you tengok daripada x positive. Kalau tak ada y lah. But most of the question ada y punya, right? So now you have to tengok dari y and then yeah, it's that smaller. So you have to go to this line, which is the x equals 2y line, and you have to take the bawah, yeah, you have to take the bawah punya kawasan. Bawah punya kawasan sebab smaller. Okay, so let's go to x equals to y, bawah punya kawasan. Because tengok dari y, positive is smaller. So x equals to y punya garisan is which one? It's this one, right? So definitely if I want to take a smaller bawah garisan, it means I have to erase this and I have to erase this. Let me just erase this, erase this. Why? Because this line smaller means definitely tak boleh duduk atas lah, right? But we still cannot lorate because there's still one more inequality. We haven't checked the last one yet. So what is the last one? The last one says y is smaller than 10. Adakah y positive? Yes. Tengok dari y, bigger. So the last line, y equals 10, has to be bigger. Bigger means atas garisan or bawah garisan? Atas garisan. So let's go to y equals 10 and then lorate atas garisan. So y equals to 10 is this line. So atas, why atas? Because bigger. So if it's atas, then definitely your shaded region is this triangle, right? So now we can erase this. Make sure you erase nicely. Okay, don't leave any spot here. And then you know this is the answer, right? So now it's time to shade here. Okay, so let me just shade nicely. Shade. Make sure you shade nicely. Use a ruler to shade so that all these lines are parallel, right? So yeah, this is good enough. So okay, done already. I think you get full mark for the part B. How many marks? Let's check. Part B, 4 marks. Yeah. So done. This is your part B. Okay. Now for my final, part C. Okay. So let's do part C together. Okay. For part C, what they want to find. Let's read the question. It says Puan Ayin gets a profit of 10 ringgit and 12 ringgit for each steam cake A and cake B. Based on the common region in 13B, calculate the maximum profit if she sells 60 steam cake A. Okay, how to do this question? Calculate the if she sells 60 steam cake A. 60 steam cake A. It means cake A is X or Y. Do you remember the arrow I draw just now? You see, cake A is X, cake B is Y, right? So let's write it here. Cake A is X number, cake B is the Y number of cake. So now I have to write when steam cake A is 60. It means when X equals to 60, I need to find the maximum profit, right? But in order to find maximum profit, I need to use this formula. What is the formula for profit? First of all, what is the formula for profit? It will be 10x plus 12y, right? Do you agree? Because profit for steam cake A is 10 ringgit. For one steam cake A is 10 ringgit. And if there is X amount, then it's 10x lah. And then plus with 12y. So this is the formula for profit. So in order to find total profit, I have to ganti the X and Y with a value. I already know X, I can ganti 60, right? But I need to know the Y. So I need to find the Y maximum. Why maximum? Because they got mentioned maximum profit. So if you want your profit to be a lot, it means you want your Y to be like maximum lah, right? Because if you find the Y minimum, then you are not calculating the maximum profit already. Then it's wrong already. If you want maximum profit, of course you want the number of cakes sold to be a lot. So that's why you have to calculate what Y maximum. So now my job here is to go to the graph and I will cari X60 and then find the Y maximum. But we have to refer the shaded region. Okay, let's go to the graph, cari X60 and then tarik satu line. So this is X60 and what I will do is I will tarik satu dotted line. And where will I stop? Takkan I keep going forever until I reach heaven. No, no, no. I will stop dekat mana? Okay, if I want minimum, I will stop dekat sini. Because I will look at my shaded region. I will look at this triangle. If I want minimum, it means I will stop at the first contact point with shaded region and then tarik sini. This is my Y minimum. Kalau dia tanya Y minimum lah. Tapi kalau dia tanya Y maximum, you cannot stop here. You have to keep going until the last contact point with shaded region. So I repeat one more time. If you want minimum, the first contact point with the shaded region, that's when you stop and you tarik to the other direction. But if you want maximum, you will tarik sampai the last contact point with shaded region. Why I say this is the last contact point? Because if you keep going, there's no shaded region here already. Like why you keep going? So you will stop here lah. So this is your Y maximum. So this is where you tarik sini and you can see what is your Y maximum? 20. Okay. And I don't know why I put -10 here. This is 10. Okay. Yeah, it's not -10. Okay. Okay, so the Y maximum is 20. So now I can go back to my working and then just write Y maximum equals to 20. Now I can find my maximum profit. So I will just write maximum profit. The formula we use is 10x plus 12y, right? And I just substitute the xy with 60, 20. And your answer will come out in RM because it's profit, right? So you just press 600 plus 240. Okay, my calculator give me 840. So that is the RM lah. That is the maximum profit. So I hope you understand. This is how you get full mark in this question. How many marks? Total 2, 4, 6, 9 marks, right? So it's quite a lot, 9 marks. Yeah. So this is how you do the graph question for linear inequalities. Let's continue. Okay, we are at question 14. Let's read the question. Jamil builds a chicken cage. Okay. Diagram 6 shows the net. Hey, what is net? Net means when you open up a 3D shape, then we call it net, right? So for example, this is a cylinder, right? This is a cylinder. Okay, it's very ugly, but it's a cylinder lah. Then when you open up the cylinder, it will become like this, right? So this we call it net lah. So net is what? When you open up the 3D shape, okay, then that's what we call the net, right? So this is the cage punya net. ABC and EFD are isosceles triangle. Let's label ABC, EFD. Oh, they already labeled for me. Yeah. So I know this is 53, this is 53, this is 53. And here also they got put line like that. So this must be 53 as well, right? Yeah, this must be 53 as well. And then it says, while IJEB, BEDC, CDGH are rectangle. I think it's just talking about these 3 rectangles, so nothing much here. Okay, let's imagine if I fold this up into a 3D shape, how it will look like. It will look something like this. Maybe like this, like this, like this, like this. Yeah, it will look like this. So this is how the chicken cage looks like. Yeah, okay, when you fold it up. And what do you call this? We don't call this a pyramid. Hey, hello, pyramid is not like that. Pyramid is like, yeah, like this. Like this is pyramid. Okay, so this one is not a pyramid. This one, we call it prism. Yeah, we call it prism. Okay, prism. And how do we calculate volume of prism? Is we have to take the cross section area, which is the triangle, because the triangle is the cross section, and then times with this height. This is the distance, right? Okay, anyways, let's erase all this. So this shape we call it prism. Okay, let's keep reading and see what it says. Given that the total surface area of the net is 26040, it means the total area of all these surface combined is 26040. Okay, but I don't know why they never shade this rectangle, because they shade here, but they never shade here. I'm not sure why. It's okay. Let's see what else they says. BC is 90 cm. So where is it? BC here is 90. Okay, same with the ED lah, right? What about here? Do I know the panjang here? Let's think. Must be same with, I think it's wait. Okay lah, we don't know lah. So far we don't know. Okay, but let's see what they want. A says calculate height of the cage. Okay, I think it's referring to the 90 degree punya height. Yeah, because if they never said which height, it means definitely it's talking about the tinggi. Tinggi will always be the vertical height. It means it will be the perpendicular punya. Perpendicular means 90-degree punya distance. So if I want to know the perpendicular height of the cage, I need to look at the isosceles triangle. We already know this isosceles triangle. When you fold it up, it will be 53, 53. So what happens is you can, and here is 90, right? What happens is you can cut it in half because you want this panjang, right? So what you do is you will cut it in half. And when you cut the isosceles in half, you will get two right angle triangle. Okay. So isosceles triangle is actually formed by combining two right angle triangle with the same size. So when you have two right angle triangle yang same size and you combine them together, you get an isosceles. And the 90 you will cut it in half, become 45, 45. And now they are asking you to find this panjang, right? So you can use Pythagoras theorem. So your A answer will be, they say height of the cage, right? You will just write H equals, okay, H is this lah. Use Pythagoras theorem, square root, bracket square, okay, plus or minus, minus, okay, and it will be 53 square minus 45 square. Let me explain why minus. Because you are not finding the longer side. You will only plus here when you are finding the longer side, right? And the longer side is always in front of the 90-degree, okay, the hypotenuse. So you are not finding the hypotenuse now, right? You are finding this one. So this is not the longest side in the right angle triangle. So yeah, that's why you minus. So now you will just press calculator. 53 square minus 45 square equal, and then square root. Okay, my calculator give me 28. So yeah, that should be the height of the cage, 28 cm. Okay, it means that from here to here, the 90-degree distance, the vertical distance is 28. Okay, but of course, when you fold it up, it will be vertical straight like that lah. Okay, so hope you understand. B says determine perimeter of shaded region. Okay, is there any, ada lagi C? Okay, so how to do B, shaded region? Okay, so now I know already why they never shade this one. So I have to take here plus 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 here, here plus here plus here plus here plus here plus here. So there's a lot of lines I need to plus, right? But I know that this and this is the same size, right? So is it okay if I find this one perimeter and then times two? Can also, right? Because it's like same size, right? So what I will do now is I'll just write perimeter. But okay, for this perimeter, I can take 53 plus 53 plus 90. This one also, right? But this rectangle, how? I don't have the panjang here. Yeah, it says here X, right? X here. So this must be X, this must be X, this must be X. Can I find X? How to find X? Hmm. Oh, maybe I need to use this formula. This information, I never use it yet, right? So I feel like I have to use the 26040 information to find X first. Because if you don't find X, how can you find the perimeter? It's impossible because when you find perimeter of shaded region, you need this X punya panjang. So I will not find perimeter of shaded region first. I will find X first, right? And how to find X is by using the total surface area. So the total surface area given is 26040, and the total surface area, it means just basically all the permukaan punya luas tambah semua. So you are finding area of everything here lah. So the first is a triangle. Triangle punya area, you can use the 1/2 times base times height, but the base will be 90. The two lines forming the 90-degree, which is 90 and 28, right? You cannot take 53 as your height because is the sengit punya, you always have to take the straight one, the vertical, the 90-degree one. So 90 and 38. But you will times two, yeah, because there's two triangle surface with the same area, times two. And then plus with rectangle. Okay, so rectangle will be x times 53. And if you realize this one also x times 53, so I'm just gonna write 53x, but times 2 in front. But there's one more rectangle, and this rectangle is not same size with the previous rectangle. It's 90 times x. Yeah, like that. And the whole thing will give you 26040. So I think if I keep doing like this, I will get my x value eventually. So 2 and 2 can cut. 90 times 28. Just press calculator. 2520. And then 2 times 53x, 106x, and then plus 90x equals to 26040. X dengan X boleh buat, number dengan number boleh buat. So 106 plus 90, 196x, and then number dengan number boleh buat, tapi you have to pindah to the other side first. 26040 minus 2520, 23520, and then now you can get your X. Answer divide 196. Okay, my calculator give me 120. So now I know my x punya panjang is 120 cm. So now I think I can label and write 120 in my x. So this will be 120, 120, 120. This one is 120. So now it's very easy for me to find the perimeter of shaded region because I have my x already, right? So I don't have enough space. So what to do? Okay, let me kecil. Is there any way I can kecilkan this? Okay, yeah. I just need space. Okay, so I'll just do it here lah. So I'll just draw a line like this and then just write perimeter of shaded region. Okay, let's plus all the lines together. So I will first I will use red color line under the line so that I know that I should have plus the line lah. So I'll just take 120 times 4. Okay, okay, because when you find Mariana region, the lines that you have to plus is this line, 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 right? That these are all the lines you need to plus, right? But if you write satu satu, very slow because there are some repeating lines, right? So these 4 lines, they are all 120. So if I am you, I'll straight away write 120 times 4. Okay, okay, I'm using red color already, but it's fine lah. Okay, and then after that, I will use my red color pen to mark the line yang saya sudah tambah. 53 times, how many times 53 appear? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It means you have to plus 53 8 times. So takkan lah you nak tulis plus 53 plus 53 plus takkan lah. Just write plus 53 times 8 like that lah. It's way faster. And then plus with the last. Is there any line yang saya belum tambah? I think the 90 one belum, right? 90 and then 90 and then that's all, right? Ya, semua line saya sudah tambah. Okay, 90 tapi ada 2 kali 90. So 2 times 90. Okay, 90 times 2 or 2 times 90. Okay. This one is 120. Now we press the whole thing in the calculator. So plus 90 times 2. Okay, my calculator give me 1084. So that is the final answer. 1084, and this one is cm because it's perimeter, right? Yeah, in cm. So yep, 4 marks for this. Okay, sudah siap. Now we read C. Let's see what the question wants. Jamel plans to revamp the cage. It means he wants to, like, how to say, change the cage lah. He want to renovate the cage. Okay, he want to change the measurement maybe. Okay, they say state the measurement in cm of the rectangle base of the cage BEDC with the same area but smallest perimeter. Huh? Find the perimeter of rectangle. Wait. I don't understand. State the measurement in cm of the rectangle base. BEDC. Yeah, okay. BEDC is the base, the tapak. With the same area but smallest perimeter. Wait, what does it mean by state the measurement in cm? Okay. If it has the same area but smallest perimeter. Same area, smallest perimeter. Okay, now we all know the measurement is 120, 90, right? Yeah, it's 120, 90, right? 120 cm, 90 cm. And now they are asking what? State the measurement of rectangular base BC. Okay, let's see how they label it. See, okay, like that. So let's just follow. BEC. They want this measurement. Okay, they want different measurement, but it needs to have the same area but smallest perimeter. How can I make the perimeter smallest? Find the perimeter of rectangle. Okay, this is a bit tricky, huh? So how to do this? Hmm, let's see. 120, 120 times measurement. What? Okay, okay. Let me tengok balik sini. Can I use the information yang saya dapat tadi? Jamel bercadang untuk membuat ubah suai terhadap sangkar. Nyatakan ukuran bagi tapak berbentuk segi empat tepat dengan luas yang sama, tetapi mempunyai perimeter yang terkecil. Tapi luas kena sama. So, macam mana saya nak kecilkan? Maybe make this 120 lower. Okay, let's find the loss. 120 times 90. See what I get. If I tekan this, I'll get what? Uh, 10800. Okay. So it means I want to revamp the cage. I want to, how to say, ubah swai the cage, but I need to make sure it has to have the same area. But it has to have the smallest perimeter. But how can I make sure it has smallest perimeter? It means the new rectangle here will be x, x, y, y, and the x, y still has to be 10800 because the area still has to be this, and it has to have smallest perimeter. What does it mean? 2x plus 2y is the perimeter, right? And it has to be smallest. Okay, do you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking about like using uh using differentiation, the MX punya cara to do. Because whenever you see the word smallest ataupun minimum maximum, you can use differentiation. But when you use differentiation method also, yeah, I think it works. Okay, let's try to use the NMAX exponential method. Actually, I don't think they will this because this is mathematics. So I'm not sure like if they will ask this. But anyways, let's try to do it. Okay. Let's try to do it using NMAX punya method. The NMAX punya cara is like you when they say perimeter smallest, then you differentiate perimeter equation equals 0. Okay. Kalau dia kata siapa minimum, siapa maximum, then you differentiate siapa equals 0. Kalau dia kata perimeter smallest kan, then you differentiate the perimeter equals 0. But there is one condition when you differentiate is on the right side can only have one unknown. But now I've got x and y, right? So now I will make y single. And then now I will ganti this y inside here. So now it becomes 2x plus 2y. And then the y I will ganti with this. And then later I'll use the add math method. Okay, now it will be p equals to 2x plus, okay, this one I will take 2 times 10800, which is 21600. And then the x I have to move it, I can move it up, become x power negative 1. The reason why I move it up is because when we are doing differentiation, okay, for math students, you never learn about this. This one is at maths. So the formula for differentiation is, let's say if I have x power n, the formula is you take the a times with n and then the power minus 1. Okay, this is the formula for differentiate. So what I'm doing now is I will write dp dx. dp dx means I'm differentiating p with respect to x. So differentiate 2x is 2. Differentiate this one, negative 1 times this is negative 21600. And then x power minus 1 is x power negative 2. You can put it down like this. And then now you just take this whole thing equals 0. Because when you see the word smallest or minimum or maximum, you will just differentiate equals 0. Okay, so you just take this whole thing equals 0. 2 minus 21600 over x squared equals 0. And then try to find x. It will be 2 equals to negative, move over here, become positive. And then now you can find your x, right? So okay, I'll just continue here lah. So I'll just continue here. So it becomes 2, this one x squared can move up, become 2x squared equals to 21600. And then x squared equals to 21600 divide 2, which is 10800. And then you can square root this to get the answer. So you get 103.92. Yeah, 103.92. And this x is in centimeter. But this one is x punya jawapan. But actually, when you're doing maths, when you square root, there's two answers, one positive, one negative. But I don't think x can be negative because x is the length, right? So x is definitely the length here. Then how to get y? You substitute this x inside here. So y equals to 10800 divide x, which is 103.92. And let's see what I get for my y. 10800 divide answer. Wait, I get 103.92 also. Okay, so it means it becomes like a square lah. So what they want to find perimeter, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they say find perimeter of rectangle. So the rectangle becomes a square already actually. Yeah, because the x and y measurement is same. So to find the perimeter is just 103.92 plus 103.92 plus 103 because all is 103.92. So you straight away times 4. So you straight away times 4 and see what you get. 415.69. Okay. So I think this is the perimeter. Okay, but of course the question got says it has to make sure that it has to have the same area, right? And yeah, it has the same area because when you take 103.92 darab dengan 103.92, you really get like 10 799 point something, but it's not exactly 1080, but it's like close lah. So yeah, I think I did everything correctly, but it's very weird because I'm doing a mathematic paper. Why am I using admaths method to solve this question? Okay, I'm looking at the schema, and the schema, yeah, the schema actually is the same answer. The schema says 416, 416. Okay, so I think I did everything correctly. Yeah. But I feel like takkan lah dia suruh buat guna MX punya cara. This is mathematic paper, right? And for student yang tak ambil MX, dia tak belajar pun yang ni, yang differentiation. So I'm not sure whether there is another method to do this question, without using the MX punya cara. Maybe there's some other way. But if you know there's some other method, you can comment. You can comment down below, and yeah, you just leave a comment down below and tell me lah, because this is the only way that I can think of right now. Okay, but I do want to mention that this answer is same with the schema. Yeah, the schema also write this answer. Okay, but the schema round it off lah. The schema write 416. Yeah, but I don't want to round off. I don't want to round. I want to stick to the decimal punya jawapan. Okay, okay. Anyways, I'll just leave it here. Okay, if there's any one of you that there's a better method to solve this, you can tell me in the comment. But for now, I'll just stick to this, and yeah, I'll just continue. Okay. All right. Okay, let's go number 15. 15A, table 3 shows the survey result of the number of books read by students from class 5, Delima. Delima. Okay, Delima, Delima. And then I will look at this data. Okay, I'll tell you straight away, this is measures of dispersion. But is it a group data or ungrouped data? I always teach my students, if you want to know group data or ungrouped data, you look at this thing here. Can you see there is a class? This thing we call it class, right? Okay, we call it class interval. And if there is a class, then it's a group data. So this is definitely a group data. Okay. Okay, then this is the frequency. And then it says if the mean is 27, find the value of x. Okay, let's talk about the mean formula. The mean formula is take the sum of values of x divide by n. But there is another formula which is other frequency punya sum of fx divide total f. Okay. Okay, let me tell you what is this symbol. This symbol is the symbol for mean. Okay. And then what is this symbol? This is the symbol for total ataupun sum. Okay, means you jumlahkan. And then what is x? X is the data. X is the data. So for example, this one number of books read, that's the data lah. That's the x. Okay. And then n is the berapa orang. Okay. But if you are using another formula, then there is frequency, right? So this is still sum, and then f is the frequency lah. Frequency means the kekerapan, and then x is the data, and then f is just the frequency. Okay. So yeah. So which formula you will use? Why the mean got two formula? Because sometimes the data has frequency, sometimes the data has no frequency. If the data has no frequency, you use this formula. If the data has frequency, you use this formula. Easy, right? So this is a group data, and group data mesti akan ada frequency. So we will use this formula, which is the total of fx divided by f, right? And this is your f, frequency. And which one is your x? This one. Okay, but the formula is you have to take the x times with the f and then jumlahkan semua, right? That's why they got put sum here. But if you look at your f, is 3, but what is your x? It's 10 to 14. So you need to choose one number to represent this whole class. So can you tell me what I have to find? I have to find the midpoint. Yeah, I have to find the midpoint for every class here. Why I have to find midpoint? Because we will use midpoint to find mean for group data. So remember this, when we are finding mean for group data, we will always take the midpoint of the class. Okay, because we need satu number untuk wakil the whole class, and we will always choose midpoint. So how to find midpoint? 10 plus 14, then equal, and then divide 2. Right? The reason why you take 10 plus 14 divide 2 is because you want to find the midpoint. You will get 12, and then the next midpoint will be 17, and then 22, 27, 32, 37. How you get all this value is just taking the lower limit plus with the upper limit and then divide 2, right? Because you're finding midpoint. Now you can find your mean. So I'll proceed here. I'll just draw a panjang punya garisan equals to 27. So according to the formula, it's x darab dengan f and then jumlahkan. So x darab dengan f means 12 times 3 and then plus 17 times 2 and then plus 22 times x minus 5. Okay, when you write bracket means times, and then plus 27 times 4, and then plus 32 times 10, and then plus 37 times 7, and then divide with total frequency, which is 3 plus 2 plus x minus 5 in bracket plus 4 plus 10 plus 7. Okay, you can erase this bracket straight away. You know why? Because in front the bracket, okay, what's in front of the bracket? It's plus, right? So if the in front of the bracket is plus, you can terus panam the bracket. But if depan bracket is minus, then you have to be careful, because if depan bracket is minus, when you open the bracket, you have to cut under, you have to change the positive to negative, negative to positive inside the bracket. But if depan bracket is plus, then you can straight away just erase the bracket, because when you open the bracket also you get the same thing. Okay, now we can press 12 times 3 plus 17 times 2 plus 27 times 4 plus this one plus this one. This one cannot, because it's like the other x can. So what I will do is I will expand this by myself first. So 22 times x is 22x, and then 22 times negative 5, I'll just get negative, and then press calculator. 22 times 5, 110. And then now I'll press all this. Okay, so I'll just press 12 times 3 plus 17 times 2 plus 27 times 4. Okay, I'm pressing my calculator. Plus 32 times 10 plus 37 times 7. Okay, my calculator give me 757. So I'll just write 757 here, and then the whole thing over. Okay, the x here dia seorang saja, so dia tak boleh buat. So x dia seorang saja, so I'll just write x. And then this one I'll press calculator lah. 3 plus 2, 5, 5 minus 5, 0, 0 plus 4, 4, 4 plus 17, 21. And then whole thing equals to 27. And then now I will take 22x, negative 110 plus 757. I will press calculator, positive 647. And then this one I can get rid of the fraction, but I have to move it up here, become times. Because divide, when you move it, become times. So it becomes 27 times x, 27x, 27 times 21. Let me press calculator, 567. So just write plus 567. And now don't forget I'm finding x. So if I want to find x, I'll try to pindah yang ada x on one side. So I'll move the 22 over here, become 27x minus 22x. Okay, plus jadi minus. And then the 647 is here. And then the 567, sebab dia tak ada x, so I'll move it to the other side. So become minus 567. So now 27x minus 22x is 5x, because 27 minus 22 is 5. And then 647 minus 567 is 80, right? And then finally I can get my x. It's 80 divided 5, which is 16, right? So the answer for x is 16. Okay, what the question asks you to find? Find value of x, right? 3 marks. So yeah, this is the answer. Okay, all right, let's continue with B. Okay, is this a graph question? Yeah, this is a graph question. So yeah, do you remember just now I mentioned there's 3 type of graph question that can come out in your SPM? Where is it? Yeah, here. Okay, in question 13, I told you, right? These are the 3 types of graph question that will come on your SPM. And when we are doing 13, I told you it's type number 2, the linear inequality punya. But the one I'm doing now is the measures of dispersion. Okay, okay, the one they will ask you to draw ogive ataupun histogram ataupun polygon yang tu, right? Okay, so let's go back to the question 15. B. Right? Okay, let's read the question. The same survey was conducted to class 5 Berlian, and the result is shown in table 4. So now we have a new table. And this one is a group data also, because got class. And then number 1 says, based on table 4, complete table 5 in another space. Okay, let's go to table 5. Where is it? Okay, I think this is the table 5. Okay, I need to find the cumulative and upper boundary. How to find cumulative? Cumulative frequency. If the first frequency is 1, the first cumulative will be 1 also. And then to get the next one, you have to take 1 plus 5. Which is 6, and then 6 plus 10, 16, 16 plus 12, 28, 28 plus 4, 32, and then 32 plus 8, 40. Okay, of course, you don't have to draw all these arrows lah. In exam, don't draw all these arrows lah. Okay, so no need to draw. Actually, I want to erase it because it looks ridiculous. So I will just erase it. So okay, so yeah, okay, you don't have to draw the arrow actually. Okay, now for the upper boundary part, how? Upper boundary means you have to take the upper limit plus with the next number divide 2. So 14 plus 15 equal, and then divide 2, 14.5. Same thing here, take the upper limit 19 plus with the next number divide 2, 19.5, and then this will be 24.5, 29.5, 34.5, 39.5. Alright, this is how you find upper boundary. You take the highest upper number, higher number 39 plus with the next number 40, And then tekan equal dulu baru divide 2. So that's how you do the upper boundary lah. Okay, now I already finished the first part. So this is worth 2 marks. They asked me to complete table, right? So I already complete. Now for part 2, what they want? For this part of question, use the graph paper provided on page 33. Okay, definitely a graph question. 2 cm to 5 book on horizontal, 2 cm to 5 on vertical. Draw a cumulative histogram based on the data. Okay, let's talk about all the type of question that they will ask. First, they might ask you histogram. Histogram, you have to use boundary on your x-axis, and then you have to use frequency. You need to hafal what you need to use for the x-axis, y-axis. So for histogram, you need to hafal kena guna boundary. But what boundary? Lower boundary or upper boundary? Actually, both. Yeah, both. Lower boundary and upper boundary. Okay, both also identified. Next one they might ask is the frequency polygon. Frequency polygon. And frequency polygon, when you draw it, it will look like this. Okay, something like this. And then you draw using ruler like that. Okay. Yeah. And what you use for the x-axis, you use the midpoint of the class. And for the y-axis, you will use frequency. But there is one thing you have to be careful here. You need to add one class. You need to add one class before and after. It means the data you have to make sure the first frequency start with 0, the last one has to be 0. Or else your frequency polygon will look very weird. Because the frequency polygon first one must be 0, 0. That's why you have to tambah satu class before and after the first and the last data. Right? It means when you are drawing frequency polygon, make sure you check whether the first frequency and the last frequency is 0 or not. If it's not 0, please tambah satu kelas sebelum and selepas. Okay, one before, one after. Okay, but if it's already 0, then you no need to tambah already lah. Okay, next one yang dia boleh tanya. Okay, this one comes up a lot. This one I see a lot, the ogive. Yeah. So ogive, the shape look like this. Okay, like a S. Okay. And you have to hafal the x-axis use upper boundary. And then this one use cumulative frequency. Okay. For my own student, I always tell them hafal, hafal, hafal. Because if you don't hafal, you cannot draw. So for ogive, you need to use upper boundary and cumulative. And one more thing is you have to add one class, but you only add it before. Okay, no need to add after. Because the ogive, you just want to make sure depan kosong. Belakang tak payah kosong. Just depan kosong saja. Okay. But if the data first one is already kosong, then you don't need to tambah already lah. Okay. But if it's not kosong, you tambah. Okay. And of course, there's one more. Okay, called the cumulative histogram. Cumulative histogram, when you draw it, it will look like a ogive, but not really. Okay, it will look something like this. Okay, I draw it not very nice, but like something like that. Yeah. And if you join all these points on this corner, it will form a ogive. Okay. Okay. Anyways, yeah, my one is not very nice lah, but you get the idea lah. So this is a cumulative histogram. Histogram, and you need to hafal also. For the x-axis, we will use boundary. It's just like the regular histogram. The normal histogram also use boundary, right? But instead of using frequency, you will use cumulative frequency, because this is like a cumulative histogram. If histogram, you use boundary frequency, but if it's cumulative histogram, you need to use boundary and cumulative. It means that the x-axis is still the same, boundary, but the y-axis have to change to cumulative, right? And I remember in trial 2022, Selangor paper also they ask cumulative histogram. In trial 2022, okay, and in maths paper, paper 2, Selangor, okay, Selangor paper, okay, they also ask cumulative histogram. And also which one they ask cumulative, I remember got one more also ask cumulative, but I forgot which state paper. But I remember doing this with my own student in my class, in my own tuition class, yeah. And I remember revising this with them, the cumulative histogram. So for my own student, if you tell me you don't know how to do this, then I will be very sad, because I already did with you. Okay, so cumulative histogram memang satu jenis soalan yang saya ada cover in my class. Okay, okay, but anyways, let's come back here. So now we already know cumulative histogram kena guna apa? Boundary dengan cumulative frequency. But do you remember just now I asked you one thing? I said this boundary, is it lower boundary or upper boundary? I said both, right? Both also you need to find. Okay, but actually if you find one also can lah. If you very pro lah. But I recommend you find the lower boundary as well. You find the lower boundary as well, just to be safe. So I recommend you find the lower boundary here and you just write down here. Okay. But at the end I will erase this. Okay. I just want to find it just to be safe. Okay, lower boundary. So how to find lower boundary? Okay, if upper boundary you take the big number plus with the next number divide 2. But if lower boundary you will take the small number plus with the last number plus with the previous number divide 2. So 10 plus with the last number is 9. So 10 plus 9 is 19 divide 2, 9.5. And then the lower boundary for this will be 15 plus 14 divide 2, 14.5. 20 plus 19 divide 2, 19.5. 25 plus 24 divide 2, 24.5. 30 plus 29 divide 2, 29.5. 35 plus 34 divide 2, 34.5. So basically, I'm just finding the lower boundary. I know the question never asked me to find. I just want to be safe because I'm drawing cumulative histogram. And let me ask you, for histogram, you need to tambah satu kelas before, after. No need, right? Histogram no need. There's no need to tambah macam tu. Histogram tak payah. You can straight away draw. And they already give you the scale, 2 cm to 5 on both axes. So let's go to the graph. Okay, everything is positive one for this chapter. So you can put your 0 here. So it will be, okay, a lot of students will make this mistake. They will put 5, 10, 15. Oh my God, if you do like that, wow. If you are my student, my own student, and you do like that, wow, I will be, I will hantam you. Because I mentioned so many times you cannot do like that. Because for this chapter, okay, you cannot. Because this chapter, you need to hafal what you use for the x-axis. And since you are doing cumulative histogram, I already mentioned you are using boundary. And to be more specific, it's both boundary, lower and upper. So you cannot go 5, 10, 15 like that. Because later, if you go 5, 10, 15 in your x-axis, then you are missing all the important lower boundary, upper boundary already. So what you should start is you should start with 9.5, 14.5, 19.5, 24, until like that. You have to go like that, like that. Okay? So please remember to start with 9.5. And then only you plus 5. Okay? So jangan plus 5 dulu. Start dengan 9.5 dulu. Lepas tu baru plus 5. Dapat 14.5. And then just follow lah. 14.5, 19.5, 24.5. Baru ikut. Okay? This chapter punya graph question memang macam tu. That's why for my own student, I do a lot of exercise with them lah. But I also don't know whether they remember or not. Hopefully you guys remember lah. Okay, until where? Until 39.5. You cannot stop dekat sini. You have to make sure you go one more. Okay, go one more like that. Okay, because you have to cover all values here. All value here you have to cover all. That's why you go 9.5 and then go this one, right? And all this you already covered already because all these numbers appear here also. So yeah, okay. All right, so now I can proceed with the y-axis. Okay, the y-axis is the cumulative. Okay, the highest cumulative here is 40, and they already tell you the scale is 5, right? So just go 5, 10, 15 until 40, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, and then y-axis. Okay, now it's time to draw the axis. So let's make it smaller so it's easy for me to draw later. Big a bit. Okay, like that. Now I will just draw the line like this, and then after that I will draw like this. Okay, this is not very straight. Let me adjust. Okay, like that. And don't forget to write. You have to write here, right? But what you have to write? You are using boundary, right? But you cannot write boundary. Even though you are using boundary, you cannot write boundary. You have to write the data, which is number of books read. Yeah, you have to write number of books read. Okay, you cannot write boundary. You will have here. You always have to write number of books read. But what if not enough space? Okay, if not enough space, you can write bawah sini. Okay, bawah middle sini. So number of books read. And if there is a unit for this, you have to include the unit as well. But this one tak ada unit lah. Number of books tak ada unit. And then what you use for the y-axis? Cumulative frequency. Yang ni you boleh tulis cumulative frequency. Right? Cumulative frequency. Right? And later, after you done drawing your graph, you have to write the tajuk. The tajuk is cumulative histogram. You have to write atas sini. Okay? Okay, but I will write the tajuk later lah. Last at the end baru saya tulis. Okay, sekarang saya akan draw saya punya histogram lah. So, macam mana how to draw the histogram? I will not look at this. I will not look at this. I will only focus on my boundaries and my frequency and my cumulative because it's a cumulative histogram. So I will not look at the frequency. I will look at the cumulative frequency. So I will only focus on lower boundary, upper boundary, cumulative. So 9.5, 40.5, 1. Let's draw 9.5 until 14.5. It's 1. So I will draw a box. Okay. And the box has to be 1, 1. Okay. Okay, why this one so, can I make it like bigger? Okay, yes. Okay, so this is the answer. Okay, use your ruler to draw lah. Okay, wait, can I adjust this? Why does it look so, wait for me. Okay, okay, let's just draw it using the lines, it's better. So I will just draw like this, okay? Okay, do you know why I have to naik dua kotak? Because from here to here, you plus 5, right? But got how many small box? Got 10 small box, right? So if I want to know satu small box berapa, I will take 5 divide 10. So one small box is 0.5. So imagine if I want satu. If I want satu, what I will do? I will naik dua kotak lah, because naik satu kotak is 0.5. So that's why I naik dua kotak, I get 1. So 9.5, 14.5, 1. Okay. Okay, next one, I will tengok sini. 14.5, 19.5, 6. Okay, sometimes when I see student plot, they just look at the cumulative only. Tak mau lah, please. You have to look at the lower boundary and upper boundary also, so that you, how to say, you tak salah. 14.5, 19.5, 6. Let's go. 14.5, 19.5, 6. 14.5, 19.5 have to go up until 6. 6 is 5 naik 2 kotak. Okay, I already explained why. Because satu kotak is 0.5. That's why you naik 2 kotak, then you get 5 naik 2 kotak, you get 6. And then tarik sini, and then tarik bawah. Okay, but use ruler lah. Okay, when you draw in exam, make sure you use ruler. Okay, next one. Next one is 19.5, 24.5, 16. Make sure you look at boundary and the cumulative frequency all together. So 19.5, 24.5, 16. Where is 16? 16 is just 15. Go up 2 kotak. Okay, because go up satu is 15.5. Go up satu lagi is 16. So I think it's here. And then up a bit. Yep. And then the lines is like this. 16. Yeah, 15 naik 2 kotak, right? And then join back down to 24.5. So yeah, 95, 90.5, 24.5, 16. Okay, so let's go back up. 19.5, 24.16. Yes, correct. Next one, 24.5, 29.5, 28. Let's go. 24, 29, 28. 24.5, 29.5, 28. Where is 28? 30 turun 2 is 29. Turun lagi 2 is 28. So here's 28. And then you just sambung lah. Okay, let me just sambung nicely. This one just panjangkan. Okay, I think it's good enough. Yeah. Okay, this one is a bit sengit. Okay lah, good enough. Alright. Next one is 29.5, 34.5, 32. So 29, 34, 32, 29, 34, 32. 32 is 30 is here. If I naik 2 is 31, right? Because 30.5, 31, and then 31.5, 32. So naik 4 kotak lah. Yeah, this one. And then I sambung. Then I sambung. Okay. Yep. Okay, I think I'm at the last point. Yes. 34.5, 39.5, 40. Let's go. 34.5, 39.5, 40. So 40 is here. And then I just sambung. And then sambung. And then, yep. I think I'm done. This is my cumulative histogram. Okay, don't forget, after you're done drawing your cumulative histogram, there's one thing you need to do, which is you need to write down the tajuk. Okay, there's 2 things you need to check actually. Okay, this is how I teach my student. Always check these 2 things. First is the tajuk. Second is the x-axis. Okay, so first thing is the tajuk. Tajuk, I have to write cumulative histogram. So that's the title lah. Cumulative histogram. And make sure you underline this because this is very important. So let's underline it like that. And then also you have to check the x-axis, because if you look at the x-axis, 0 to 9.5 is you tambah 9.5. But if you tekan 9.5 plus 9.5, you will not get 14.5. Okay, because 9.5 to 14.5 is plus 5. It means semua sini plus 5. Sini saja yang bukan plus 5. It means your scale actually has been modified. So if your scale got modified, you have to draw this symbol. Okay, yeah, you have to erase erase a small part and then draw this symbol, showing that this axis has been modified. Okay, yeah, all right. Okay, let's make it kemas. So it should look like this and like this. Yeah, this is how it should look like. Okay, so done already. Okay, I think you get full mark for this. Oh, I just want to mention one thing. If you join all these points, okay, all these points at the right side, okay, if you join all this, you will get the O give. Okay, but you don't have to do that. Okay, you don't have to do that. Okay, so yeah, because O give kita guna apa? Kita guna upper boundary dengan cumulative, right? Can you see it's very similar to the cumulative histogram? Yeah, because for OGIF, the y-axis also use cumulative, but the x-axis they use upper, right? But cumulative histogram you use lower and upper. And do you remember when whenever you put upper, you are it's not this one, it's this one, right? That is why all this will give you the OGIF. Okay? Okay, but you don't have to join it lah. So that's the answer. And yeah, you get full mark for the graph like that. So how many marks? 4 marks. And is that everything? Draw a cumulative histogram. Okay, done, done. Okay, refer graph page. Okay, done already. That's the answer, right? Okay, sudah siap. Finally. So now we are at the last section, section C. Okay, let's continue. Bahagian ini mengandungi dua soalan, jawab satu soalan. Okay, dia bagi dua, jawab satu kan? Tapi saya jawab dua-dua pun saya akan jawab. Okay, I'll jawab both. Okay, okay, let's go. Number 16. Adam has joined a singing audition that was held at an auditorium in Kuala Lumpur. So, singing audition. Diagram 7 shows a distance time graph for Adam's journey from his house to the auditorium. So, this is distance in kilometer and this is time in hours. But look at this. They never tell you how many hours. They give you the actual time. So, actually, you have to convert this to 0. It means this one you have to angkat because this point is 0 0. Dia bukan 800 0 Dia bukan wow 800 0. No 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 no. This is the origin. This one is 0 0. So this one have to potong jadi 2. I mean have to potong jadi 0. Then this one have to potong jadi apa? Okay, if it's kilometer it's usually per hour. Okay, but I think it's important to look at the question first because sometimes maybe they want kilometer per minute or kilometer per second. So let's see what they want here. This one said the duration of time. This one they want kilometer per hour, right? So yeah, I think when you do when you find the average speed, you will take total distance divide total time, right? So the time has to be in hours. So it's better if I convert everything here to hours lah. So let's convert to hours. Tak apalah. I don't want to do it now lah. Later lah. Later only I'll do it. Yeah. Okay, nanti bila when the soalan requires me to do it, then only I'll do it. Okay, but for now, I want you to know that all this value, you should turn into hours. Okay, okay, let's do A. Let's do A. Oh, excuse me. Adam left his house in Parit Bunta at 8 in the morning because this is 24-hour system. So if they write 0800 means 8 a.m. Stop for rest at the R&R Tapa. Okay, let's go to the diagram. This is a distance time graph. So what happens in this line? When the time is increased, the distance also is increasing. So this one, the guy is moving forward, right? Moving forward. And then what happens here is the time is increasing, but the distance never change at all. Okay, it just stays there, right? So this one is stop. Ataupun you can say stationary. Okay, stationary and stop is the same thing. And then this one is move further forward lah. Okay, they got mentioned they start at Parit Bunta, right? So I think I can highlight this and write Parit Bunta. So let me highlight it. Wait, can I make it? Okay, never mind. Can I make it bigger somehow? Okay, 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 good enough. So I think I can highlight this, and this one is Parit Bunta, right? Yeah. So this one is when it's at Parit Bunta, and then I will highlight another color, and then write the R and R Tapa. Where do you think is the R and R Tapa? Here, right? Because he stopped at the R and R Tapa. So the blue color one is the R and R Tapa. Okay. It means when the when he start he's at Parin Buddha, but then he move until here. Here is when he's reached the R and R Tapa. Then what about here? Here also he's at R and R Tapa because he stopped from here to here, right? So when it's at here, it's still at R and R Tapa, and then move further forward. Okay. So yeah, so far it's like that lah. And then number 1 says state the duration of time Adam stopped at R and R Tapa. So what is the duration of time he stopped? It means they are finding duration. So how long he stopped? So from 9:55 to 10:15. So I'll take 1015 minus with 0955 to get how many, how to get the duration. Okay, how can we minus? Cannot use calculator, because this is like the time, right? So I have to minus it like this. First, I have to take 15 minus 55. Tak boleh. So saya pinjam dengan 10, dapat 9. And then when I pinjam 1 hour, I'll pinjam 60 here. So when you plus 60, what is 60 plus 15? 60 plus 15 is 75. And then 75 minus 55 is 20. And then 9 minus 9 is 0. It means 20 minutes. Okay, it means the 20 minutes he spent at the R&R Tapa. Okay, they're asking in minutes, right? Oh, they never say in minutes or hours, but I think it's in minutes lah. Okay? So yeah, so that is the answer for A1. Now A2 says what? If the distance from Adam's house to R&R Tapa is equidistant with the distance from R&R Tapa to the auditorium, calculate average speed in kilometer per hour. So they already said the distance here and the distance here is same, right? So from here, the distance he traveled is 175 kilometer and then stop. And then he say from R&R Tapa to the auditorium. So we can actually make another highlight. Okay. So what color I should use? Purple color maybe. Okay. So this purple, okay, this purple color is the auditorium. Yeah, auditorium. And they say that the distance from here to here is the same with here to here. So definitely they are both 175 lah. So here you will write what? From here to here you plus 175. So here to here also you plus 175. So what is 175 plus 175? Press calculator lah. 350, right? 350 kilometer. It means the total distance from Parit Bunta to auditorium is 350 kilometer. Yeah, very far. So what they want now? The distance from Adam house to R&R Tapa is equidistant. Distance from calculate the average speed for his journey. Okay, they want to find average speed in kilometer per hour. So I will do it here, number 2. So if I want to find average speed, the formula we use here is total distance over total time. Okay, this is the universal formula. This formula we use it when they say average speed. We confirm will use this formula, total distance divided total time. But how to know the total distance? We just refer the y-axis because the y-axis is distance, right? So we just look at the y-axis. So from here to here, how much distance he traveled? 175 kilometer. What about here? 0, because he stopped. So the distance here is 0. What about here? The distance here is 175 also. So the total distance is 175 and 175. So which is 350 in kilometer. And we have to make sure the total time is in hour, because later I want my answer to be kilometer per hour, right? So what is the total time in hour? From 8 o'clock to 12:30. So I have to take 12:30 minus 8 o'clock, but I have to convert to hour later. Okay, 30 minus 00 is 30 minutes. 12 minus 8 is 4. It means 4 hours 30 minutes. But I cannot write 430 here, because I have to write 30 divide 60 plus with 4. Yeah, like that. Yeah, this is the correct way to write. Do you understand? And this one I write bracket, this one is unit. Okay, it's because I have to convert to hours, right? So if it's 4 hours 30 minutes, 4 hours 30 minutes, it means this one is already in hours, so no need to convert. 30 how to convert to minute is 30 divided 60. And if you press this, you'll get 0.5. That's why the total hours will be 4 hour plus 0.5 hour, which is equals to 4.5 hours. That is why you have to take 350 kilometer, 350 kilometer divide with 4.5 hours. Because 4 plus 30 or 60, if you want to convert the whole thing to hours, it's like that, right? So now you can press and you will get 700 over 9, okay, which is same as 77.78. Okay, so I'll just write 77.78, and the unit is automatic in kilometer per hour already, because yeah, it's average speed, right? So is this the final answer? Yes. Okay, I do want to mention one thing. Sometimes they want average speed, means you want to take total distance or total time, right? But sometimes the question try to make it hard, try to make it difficult. They don't want for the whole journey. Maybe they only want for here only. Then you cannot take 350 as your total distance. You have to take 175. So you have to read the question carefully. Okay, because ada banyak soalan yang macam tu, that where they want the total but they don't want for the whole journey. It's like they only want sebahagian. right? But if the question never mention for which part, it means they want the whole journey lah. So yeah, that's why this one I do it like this. Okay, okay. Hope you understand. Okay, let's continue with B. In the competition, Adam is required to sing two songs, which is one compulsory song and one optional song. So the compulsory means what? You must sing it. You have no choice. Like wajib, yeah, lagu yang wajib. So you kena sing this song no matter what. Okay, so 3 minutes. And then the duration of optional means you boleh pilih lah. So the duration is 5 minutes. And then it says he is given 53 minutes to prepare before being evaluated by jury P and jury Q. The total number of practices of for compulsory song and optional song is 15. So what does it mean? It means like, oh, the total number of it means he practiced 15 times lah in total, right? Okay, I'm not too sure. Okay, tak apa, kita baca number one. Form two simultaneous linear equation for the above situation. Number two, calculate number of practice Adam sang the compulsory and the optional song. Okay, I think I know this is which topic already. This is simultaneous linear equation. You have to use either the penghapusan cara, the elimination method, ataupun the penggantian, which is the substitution cara, or you can use the matrix method also. Okay, but this question never mentioned which method they want, right? So we can choose lah. Okay, first thing first is I have to form my two equation first. But how? I don't even know what is x represents, what is y represents. So first thing first is let x equals to something, y equals something. And I always tell student this: if you don't know which one you have, what you have to write in the x, y here, straight away tengok apa dia mau cari. Calculate number of practice for compulsory and number of practice for optional. Yang tu lah, yang tu. That is the x and y. Okay. So remember, apa yang dia nak cari, itulah dia punya XY. Alright. Whatever they want to find at the final answer, that is the XY. Right. But I don't want you to write compulsory, optional. I don't want you to write like this. I want you to write very specific one. So I want you to write very specific number. Okay. X equals to number of practices to sing compulsory song. Okay, see, very specific. And then Y will be number of practice to sing optional, right? So number of practice to sing compulsory is X, number of practice to sing optional is Y. And I remember they got say the total, right? Just now is 15, right? The total number of practice compulsory optional 15. So X plus Y 15 lah. I have my first equation already. And then how to get the second one? Because they say form two equation, right? Okay, how to get the second one? They said the duration for one is 3 minutes. Okay, but one practice, okay, for one practice to sing compulsory, it will take you 3 minutes. But imagine if you practice X number of times, then it will be 3x lah. The total time will be 3x, and then 5 minutes will be 5y, and they got give you the total time in minutes also is 53. And I don't think I have to convert the minute to like time. I don't have to convert the unit because it's already in minutes, so it's betul already. So yeah, this is the answer for number one. Yep. Okay, now we do number two. Number two is just continue from here. Calculate number of practice means cari xy lah. Because I already let the final answer become xy already. So how to find xy? If I'm you, I will use the penghapusan punya cara. I will take all this times 3 because I want to hapuskan x. If you want to hapuskan y, can also. If you hapuskan y, you times 5 lah. But I times 3 because I want to samakan the kali for x. I want to make the x punya coefficient sama. So I will times 3, everyone times 3. So 3x plus 3y, 15 also times 3, 45. And then I will hapuskan using minus. So this method, we call it elimination method or penghapusan. 3x minus 3x, 0, 5y minus 3y, 2y, 53 minus 45, I think it's 8. Yep. So 2y equals to 8, and then y equals to 4. And don't forget, this represent number of practice. So y is equals to 4. How to find x? You can ganti inside here. X plus y equals 15, and then y is 4. So x equals 15 minus 4 is 11. So that is the answer lah. Okay. So how to write? You will write x equals 11, y equals 4. But the x and y, dia tak ada dalam soalan tau. Saya sendiri yang tulis. So I think I have to write number of practice. So number of practices to sing compulsories. Okay, wait. Number of practice to sing Okay, let me make this smaller. Number of practice to sing compulsory song equals x11, and then comma, number of practice to sing optional song equals 4. Okay, why you have to write like this is because this xy kita yang letak, right? Dia soalan tak ada sebenarnya xy yang ni. So and if we want to be safe, if we want to get full mark, I think we have to follow kita kena ikut kehendak soalan, right? If the soalan requires me to find like this, then I think I have to write like this in the last place, right? And in exam, don't write like this, don't write the line like this. Make sure you write full number of practice to sing. Okay, okay. Hope you understand. Let's continue with C. Let's read the question. 140 participants came to the singing competition. Okay, this must be the total. Jury P has selected 40 participants and half of jury P's choice, which is 20 lah, because he selected 40, right? How was also selected by jury Q. If a participant is selected by what? If the participant will be eligible to the next stage. Okay, I'm not sure if I understand, but it's okay. Let's keep reading first. Number one, if the number of participants that is not chosen by P and Q is 65, calculate number of participants that is chosen by Q only. Oh, I think this is which chapter? I think this is set. Yeah, set. The reason why I know because I see the word only. Okay, that's the giveaway. Only yeah, it's set. Right? Okay, is there any diagram yang dia bagi? Oh, dia tak bagi diagram. So, okay, kita buat sendiri lah. Okay, let's try to solve this question. So, imagine you are going to singing audition, right? And there is two jury P and jury Q, right? So, they got mentioned here, jury P has selected 40 participants and half of jury P was also selected by jury Q. It means other participant yang macam mana? Yang jury P and Q both select, but there's also at the same time other participant yang P sahaja yang select, tapi Q tak suka. Or maybe Q select, but P does not select. Or maybe P and Q also not select. So then you say if a participant is selected by P and Q, then only the participant will be eligible to the next stage. So I think the way I have to draw this Venn diagram is I have to make sure they have intersection, right? So what I'll do now is I'll draw a Venn diagram. I'll draw like a circle, I'll draw another circle, and I'll draw a rectangle to represent the universal, the total, right? And then I will label universal, right? And then here I will label with jury P, jury Q. So this will be P, this will be Q. Okay, let me ask you, before I start labeling, let me ask you, what is this? This middle part represents what? Represents number of participants that is selected by P and Q. Okay, by P and Q. Okay, because it's P intersect Q, right? Remember, and means intersect, or means union. So if I tell you this one, this is P intersect Q, right? It means P and Q. Then what about this one? What about if I say P? P means where? It means here. Okay, if I say P. But what if I say P only? If I say P only, then it's talking about here only. Okay, so remember, there's a difference. This word is very important, the word only. Okay, so if I say Q only, it means it's only talking about where? It's only talking about here only. Okay, but if I say Q, then it's including the middle one. I hope you understand, right? So one more time, this one is P and Q. This one is P only. This one is Q only. And then what if I include the middle part like that? Then this one is P lah, P. And then what if I include like this? Q. Okay. And then what about the outside? The outside one is like jury P pun tak select, jury Q pun tak select. Means dia tak ada pass lah. Dia kena balik rumah. He didn't pass the audition. Okay. Okay, what is 140? 140 must be the universal. So the n universal, I'll write 140. Okay, because that's the total. And then I remember just now they got mentioned what? Number of participants that is not chosen is 65, right? So I think the 65 I can write outside here lah. Right? And then they mentioned about 40. Jury P has selected 40. It means the NP is 40 lah. But you cannot write the 40 like this. It's wrong. It's wrong. Unless they got say the word only. Because this 40 is selected by P. But it's not selected by P only. So the 40 is actually here plus here is 40. So the 40, you cannot just write it there. Okay. So what it says here is half of the jury P choice was selected by jury Q. It means out of the 40 participants, only half of it is jury Q. So we can take the 40 half, which is 20, and then half of it is selected by Q also lah. So yeah, that's why the middle is 20. Oh, and one more thing, when we label these numbers, we don't have to put the dot. Okay, if you put the dot, it becomes wrong already, because if you put the dot, it becomes elements. These are all number of elements. That's why I put n here. That's why you don't put the dot. Yeah, if you put the dot, salah. Okay, anyways, let's continue. Apa lagi dia kata tadi? Half of jury P choice. If a participant. Okay. Can we find this one? Can we find this one? Yes, right. Because the total is 140. So it means here plus here plus here plus here should be 140. So now I can do my question number 1. They ask you to find what? Calculate the number of participants that is chosen by jury Q only. They could say the word only. It means I only want here only. Right? So I'll just write n bracket Q only. Okay. So what is the number of Q only? I will take 140 total minus 20 minus 20 minus 65. Okay, let's press calculator. See what I get. Okay, my calculator give me 35. So that's the answer, right? Okay, what if I change the question? What if I say find number of participants that is chosen by jury Q? Jury Q, then the answer is not 35 already, because if they say jury Q, it will be 35 plus 20, right? But if they got mentioned the word only, then it will change the meaning, because only means the 35 only. So very important. This only, it will change the whole meaning. So make sure you know that. Okay, number 2 says what? Draw a Venn diagram to show the relation between number of participants chosen by jury P and Q. Hey, I already do it lah. This one lah. Okay, I accidentally do it already. Draw a Venn diagram. Show between number. Yeah, I think I even label everything nicely already. But make sure when you draw this, you draw nicely. Don't draw like me. You see my circle is like tak cantik punya, right? So in exam, you try to draw it nicely. Yeah. Okay, make sure it's like close. Okay. Okay lah. Done already. Let's skip to number 3. Number 3 says what? If Adam is eligible to next stage, it means he's one of the 20 in the middle lah. Because you have to be selected by both P and Q jury, then only you can go to the next stage. So if Adam is eligible to the next stage, calculate probably Adam will be chosen. So probability Adam will be chosen. Okay, so how can I find probability of Adam chosen? Okay, let me think. Uh, let's see. If Adam is eligible to the next stage, it means I will write probability of what Adam will be. So I'll just write probability of Adam chosen. But this one is after he's eligible to the next stage, right? So after he's eligible means he's one of the 20 participants already. Okay. But out of these 20 participants, all these 20 participants will go to the next stage. But maybe one of it will be chosen to win, I guess. Because they already said Adam is eligible. It means Adam will not be one of these already. It's definitely one of the 20 participants. So the probability of Adam is chosen from out of the 20 is 1 over 20 lah, I think. Right? Because there's only one people named Adam in these 20 participants, in this middle one. Okay, because they already say Adam eligible. So I think yeah, this is the answer. Okay. Okay, I think finished already. 6 marks for this, Okay. Okay, now can go to question 17. I think this is the last question. So let's go. Let's read the question. Kamaria managed Cafe R and Cafe S. So two cafe. She analyzed the number of drinks sold at both cafes. Stem and leaf plot below shows the quantities of drinks sold at Cafe R for 10 days. Okay, this is interesting because stem and leaf plot jarang dia tanya. Tapi this year trial paper I see 2 times already dia tanya. Okay, this one lah. This one MRSM is the second time I see. Ada satu lagi pun I forget which state paper also they ask stem and leaf plot. Yeah, and they actually asked me to plot the stem and leaf plot myself. But this question, did they ask me to draw the stem and leaf plot? Where is it? They got say, wait, they said below. Oh, they already draw it for me lah. Okay. So yeah, this one is actually a bit different because I remember one of the state paper I did, I don't remember which one. They actually asked me to draw it myself, and I even have to write the key, I believe. Yeah. So okay. Anyways, let's come back here. Managed to cafe R and S. She analyzed number of drinks sold at both cafe. Below shows the R for 10 days. Okay, so this stem and leaf plot is for cafe R. So I'll just write R here. But there's another one for cafe S, but it's not here for now. So let's just leave it. So now let's do A1. Calculate standard deviation of the drinks sold at cafe R. What is the formula for standard deviation? So formula for standard deviation is square root sum of x squared divide n minus mean square. Okay, but there's actually another formula. The another formula is sum of square root sum of fx square divide sum of f minus mean square. But this formula we only use when there is frequency. Okay, when it's and especially when it's group data, then we definitely use this one. But this is not the group data. This is the ungrouped data. Okay, because stem and leaf plot, we learn it in Form 4, and we only learn it with its ungrouped data. So if we change this to ungrouped data, it will look like this. It will look like this, 52. And then, because they say 52 refers to 52, right? So the first data is 52, and then 54, 55, 60, 63, 65, 68, 71, 74, 77. So these are all the data. So now I just use this formula to find standard deviation. But before we use this formula, we need to find mean first. Because if you want to find standard deviation, you need to find mean so that you can letak dalam later here. So let's do number 1 now and find mean. Okay, so I'll just do it here. Let's find mean first. So in order to find mean, you will just plus everything and then divide by berapa orang lah. So 52 plus 54 plus 55 plus 60 plus 63 plus 65 plus 68 plus 71 plus 74 plus 77. Okay, yeah, I think that's everyone. Wait, is it correct? Okay, yeah, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Yeah, 10 days. So 10. So now I will just press calculator. 52 plus 54 plus 55 plus 60 plus 60 plus 65 plus 6 8 plus 71 plus 74. Okay, my calculator give me 639, but this is haven't divide 10, right? So 639 divide 10, which is 63.9. So this 63.9 is the mean. Now I can continue, proceed with the standard deviation. So this is the symbol for standard deviation, and the formula for standard deviation are square root. So just draw a panjang punya garisan, and then there's also one garisan like this, and then minus something square. So what I have to write here? The mean, right? So 63.9. And then what I have to write here? Atas bawah, what I have to write? Atas I have to write the sum of x squared, which means sama macam tadi lah. 52 plus 54 plus 55, sama, exactly sama. 60 plus 63 plus 65 plus 68 plus 71 plus 74 plus 77. It's just that you have to tambah square dekat semua orang. Yeah, it means you kena square dulu semua orang, baru jumlahkan, baru tambah. Okay, and then still divide by 10, right? So now I'll press all this thing in my calculator. So let's press yang atas dulu, which is the yang semua square punya. So 52 square plus 54 square plus 55 square plus 60 square plus 63 square plus 65 square plus 68 square plus 71 square plus 74 square plus 77 square. Okay, my calculator give me 41509. But this one is not the answer yet because I haven't divide 10 and I haven't minus 63.9 square. Now only I will press everything. So now only I will take answer divide 10 minus 63.9 square equal and then square root answer. Okay, my calculator give me 8.227. So I will write in 4 significant figures. So 8.227. Okay. I always write in I always write in 4 significant figure. Okay, to be safe, I write 4 significant figure. Okay. So yeah, that's all. So this is how you do number 1. Okay, number 2 says what? If the mean and standard deviation of drinks sold at cafe S is this and this, which cafe had better sales? Give your justification. Uh, I think I have to kecilkan this so that I have enough space. Can I do that? Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. So this one erase. Okay. Let's do the B. Oh. What happened? What happened? Okay. So I will do my number 2 here. So the bin for the apa cafe S. Cafe S is 68.9, and then the standard deviation CCMPRY is 11.21. And then for cafe R, the mean is how much just now? 63.9. So it has a lower mean. And then the standard deviation is how much is it? 8.227. Okay, also lower lah. So they're asking which cafe had better sales. Give your justification. Okay, when we are comparing two cafe, right? So this data is about number of cafes sold, right? So if you are asking which cafe perform better, you will look at the standard deviation yang kecil. Okay, because if the standard deviation smaller means what? It means this cafe is more consistent. It means this cafe has a smaller measures of dispersion, and it means it's performing better. So if they're asking you which cafe had better sales, a lot of students they will say like, hey sir, mesti lah you choose yang average lebih tinggi, which is like 68.9. Actually no, because uh not always you sell a lot of drinks it means you are better. It doesn't mean like, oh, if you sell a lot of drinks you're better. No, actually whether you are better or not is depends on doesn't depends on your average. It actually depends on your consistency, right? So if you are consistent then you are better. Okay, so what I'll write here is cafe R, cafe R, so which cafe had better sales? Cafe R had better sales, but they say give a justification, right? Means you have to give a reason. So the reason is because of the standard deviation. Okay, smaller standard deviation means better. Okay, means more consistent. Okay, so I will just write here because cafe R has a standard deviation, smaller standard deviation, and cafe R is more consistent in sales. Yeah, you can write like that. I think this reason is good enough. Okay, so remember, standard deviation lebih kecil means lebih consistent. Okay, so there's four types of measures of dispersion: range, interquartile range, variance, and standard deviation. And these are all types of okay, they are all method to calculate measures of dispersion. And if your measures of dispersion sangat besar, it means less consistent. But if your measures of dispersion sangat kecil, it means very consistent. Okay, so we will look at the consistency. Okay, so this is my working for this question. So we can continue with B. Okay, this question is B. Let's see. This looks like a set question. So it says a survey was conducted on 200 customers. So this must be the total. To find out their preferred drinks out of three popular choices at cafe, which is latte, black, and mocha. From the survey, it is found that 110 like latte, okay, like black, mocha, latte and black, black and mocha, latte and mocha, all three drinks. Number one, complete the Venn diagram in the answer space to show the relationship. So let's go to the Venn diagram. Okay, so let's talk about this. What is this? The middle one. This one is like all three drinks lah. Okay. Then what if I said like latte? If I said like latte, where is it? It will be here only? No, it will be here, 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 here. If I say like latte, but if I say like latte only, then it's only talking about here. So very important. The word only is very, very important. Then what if I say latte and mocha? Okay, latte and mocha. Then where is it? It's here and here. These two add together. If I say latte and mocha. But if I say latte and mocha only, if I say only, then where? It's just here. If I say latte and mocha only. So the word only very important. It will change the meaning. So let's try one more time. Let's say I said black and mocha. Then where is it? It will be here. But if I say black and mocha only, then it's only talking about this one. Okay. So the word only is very, very important. Very important. Okay. From what I read just now, dia tak ada like mention only at all. They never mention only because everything they just said latte, black, mocha, latte and black, all three things. So they never mention only, right? But we can actually start with yang ini dulu. 10 like three things because this one you can write straight away in the middle. Alright. But if you start from the 110, you cannot do because the 110 is latte. And you cannot write the 110 like this. It's wrong. Because they never say only. If they say only, then only you can label like this. They never say latte only, right? They just say latte. So the 110 is here plus here plus. So it's actually the whole thing. Okay, the 110. That's why you cannot do like that, right? Okay, after you write the 10, then you can write the 30. because 30 is latte and mocha. They never say only, They never say only. They just say latte and mocha 30. So where is it? Latte and mocha 30. A lot of students will write 30 like this. Eh, salah lah, bro. If they say latte and mocha only, then only is referring to here 30. But if they say latte and mocha, they never say only, it means that the 30 is including here. So you have to take 30 minus 10 actually. Okay, 20, so which is 20 lah. So it means latte and mocha only is 20. Latte and mocha only is 20. But latte and mocha is 30. Okay, all right, hope you understand. Next one is 15 light black and mocha. Dia tak kata only 15 black and mocha. Tak ada only. 15 black and mocha. So black and mocha 15. If they say black and mocha only 15, then I can write like this 15. But for this question, if you do like that, wrong. Because you have to write 15 minus 10. Okay, because the 15 is including the 10. Okay, so hope you understand lah. The word only very important. Okay, next one is 20 both latte and black. Okay, so it's the same like just now lah. 20 is latte and black. So it's talking about these two circle. Okay, which is 20. So I think the middle here is 10 lah. Because you take 20 minus 10, right? I already explained why. Okay, next one is 75 like mocha. 75 mocha. Mocha is this one. But it's not like here 75. Please. You do like that, confirm wrong. The 75, unless they got say only. If they say mocha only, then you can straight away write like that. But if they just say mocha, they never say only, then it means that the whole thing is 75. So you have to take 75 minus semua orang lah. So 75 minus 35. So I actually get 40. So it means mocha only is 40. Okay, mocha only is 40. And remember, you don't have to put the dot, because if you put the dot, it become element already, then salah already. These are not elements, these are like number of customer, right? So yeah, you don't have to put dot. Okay, 40 black, 110 latte. 40 black, okay, dia tak kata only means the 40 is all these four numbers add together. So you have to take 40 minus 25, which is 15. And then latte, the whole thing is 110 minus 40, 70. So yeah, you will get 70 here. Okay, what about the outside? Can I find the outside? Okay, I need the total. Do I have the total? Oh yeah, 200. So if the total is 200, I can straight away take 200 minus the whole thing here is 110. I know that already, right? So minus 110 and then minus 15, 540. So let's press 200 minus 110 minus 15 minus 5 minus 40. Okay, I get 30. It means this 30 dia tak suka latte, dia tak suka black, dia tak suka mocha, dia tak suka semua pun dia tak suka. Okay. Okay, so I think I'm done with A1. They asked me to complete the Venn diagram in the answer space. So done. That's number one. Okay, now number two says what? Find number of elements in B intersect M union L close bracket complement. Okay, look carefully. The complement is outside the bracket. It means the complement you have to do last kali. So the first thing first is we have to calculate the number of elements inside B intersect M first lah. Let's not do fast. After we calculate this, then only we calculate this one. And then only we calculate the complement one. Right? Means we do step by step. Okay, so what is the number of elements in B intersect M? B intersect M. B is this one. M is this one. So the intersection will be 15. You understand, right? Because B is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if I say B is like 1, 2, 3, 5. And then M is like, what is this? 3, 4, 5, 6. So the intersection between them is the middle, which is 15. Okay, the intersection B and M is 15. So I'll just write 15 here, but this is not the answer. I still have to do B intersect M union L. So the 15 just now, which is this one, I have to union with L. L means like this. And what is union? L, they never say only. So yeah, here also have to lower it. If they say only, you will only lower it to 70 lah. Okay, if they say union means what? It means everything here kena ambil. So I have to ambil 70 semua ni lah. Alright. So you will get how many? 70 plus 10. Okay, let me erase this. 70 plus 10, 10, 25. Okay, so you will get, okay, let me press calculator. 15 plus 30 plus 70. Okay, actually I get 115. 115. So 115. And then suddenly they said the whole thing have to do complement. It means everything that I do just now is wrong. So it means saya mau tadi yang ini kan, yang saya bulat. Mau they say complement means tak mau yang ini. So it will be 15 plus 40 plus 30 lah, right? 15 plus 40 plus 30. Or you can also say the total, the total minus with 115. Yeah, you'll get the same answer. Okay. So 15 plus 40 plus 30 is the answer. So I think you tekan this, you get 85. Of course, you can also say the total, which is 200 minus 115. Okay. Because 115 is the one yang saya yang ini kan. And then if you take total 200 minus dengan yang ini, and then you dapat lah the rest. So if you do like that also, you will get the same answer. Okay. Okay, I think done already, right? Is this question 2? Yep. Total marks, 5 marks. So yep, this is correct. Let's continue with C. Is this the last question? Oh, finally. Okay, I do for so long time already. Okay, I think it's another long video. Okay, let's finish it. Okay, C. Kamaria set up a promotion to increase the sale at her cafe. For every purchase for any 3 drinks, latte, black or mocha, each customer is entitled to get 1 free pastry from selection of croissant. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. Tart or scone. What does it mean? Let's look at the poster. Buy 1 coffee, black latte, mocha, free 1. Okay, so if you buy any one, you will free 1 lah. Is that what it means? For every purchase of any 3 drinks, any. So this one or this one or this one, each customer will get this one. Okay, understand. It means like if you buy either one, then you get free either one like that. Okay. Okay, list all the sample space for combination of drink and pastry that the customer might choose. There will be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There will be 9. Yeah, 9 possibilities. 3 times 3. Okay. So they want you to list down all the sample space. Okay, so sample space means you list down all the possibility. Okay, so what are all the possibilities? So you might end up with black. Okay, they use B, right, for the black. So they actually want you to use black just now. So I will write bracket black. Okay, with C. Okay, so you might choose black, and then you get a free croissant, or black free tart, or black free scone, right? Or maybe you get latte, which is L, and then C, and then LT, and then LS, and then mocha will be M, so MC, and then MT, and then MS. So total there's 9 possibilities. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, correct. Okay, step number 2. By listing all the possible outcome of the event, find the probability that mocha or scone is not chosen. Ayo, what is this? Okay, let's write here. Number 2, I will kosong satu baris first, because they want you to list all the possible outcome later. So I will kosong satu baris, then only I'll write probability of what? Mocha or scone not chosen. What does it mean by mocha or scone not chosen? So I'll just write M or S not chosen. So dia mesti over 9 lah, sebab ada 9 possibility, right? So let me ask you, this one, can I include this in my selection? If they said mocha or scone not chosen, mocha or scone not chosen, think about this. This one can or cannot? Can, right? Because they say mocha or scone not chosen. This one both never chosen. So yeah, so this one boleh. So this one I will include in my possible outcome. So I will open bracket and make sure I write those I want lah. So yang ini boleh. Okay, I think I should circle it. Okay, what about this one? This one is black heart. Yeah, can also. Because they want mocha or scone not chosen, right? This one both also tak kena. So yeah, boleh. What about this one? This one, can I take? I think cannot. Why cannot? Because they say mocha or scone not chosen. It means mocha not chosen or scone not chosen. Wait, it's so confusing. Mocha or find the property mocha atau scone tidak dipilih. Mocha or what does it mean? Mocha. Mo let me think. Mm, Mocha or scone not chosen. Mocha or scone, or they said or. It means if I said black scone, is it included? Black scone, mocha or scone not chosen. So I think this one cannot ambil, right? Yeah, cannot ambil because scone not chosen. So I think cannot. And then what about the latte? What is this? Croissant. Ini boleh kan? Because yeah, memang the mocha and the scone not chosen. This one also memang boleh because also not chosen. This one all tak boleh lah. Because mocha chosen, mocha chosen, mocha chosen. This one scone chosen, scone chosen. So that's why this one cannot. So it's actually 4/9. Okay, 4/9. But of course you cannot put all this how to say all this circle here. So we already know it's 4/9 and it's this 4, right? So we have to write down the possible outcome BC, BT, and then LC, and then LT. Okay, remember to write this. If tak tulis ni tak ada markah. When we are doing probability question, if they said listing all the possible outcome means you have to write this. Okay, it means after you find the probability 4/9, those 4 yang you ambil, you kena list down macam ni. Okay, alright. So I think that's all. Is this the whole thing? Okay, yes, finally. So this is the end of question paper. So yep, that's all. See you next video. Bye bye.